Ready? Okay, great. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and establish that we have a quorum and ask our board members to unmute their microphones. Machiko, can you please call the roll?
Roy Damien,
Present.
John Cummins,
Present.
Brett Lockman,
Present.
Hamesh Patel,
Here.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Matthew Swain.
Present.
Quorum has been established.
Great. Okay, moving to agenda item number 6, President's Report. So this past quarter, the Osteopathic Medical Board of California has continued to work diligently to advance our mission of protecting consumers and strengthening standards of care across the state. Throughout the year, regular and productive discussions with our executive director, Erica Calderon, have helped shape our meeting agendas and move key board projects forward. I'd like to begin by recognizing the dedicated service of Andrew Marino. He is not here present with us, but he was appointed by the governor's office on July 14, 2017, and completed his term October 30th, 2025. After more than 7 years of service to the board, and during his tenure, he served as both secretary and vice president and consistently demonstrated commitment and leadership. And on behalf of OMBC, we extend our sincere appreciation and we wish the best wishes to Mr. Marino in his future endeavors. The OMBC is also pleased to announce the appointment of a new board member, Najeen Mira Hobby, I think I'm saying that right, of La Jolla, who was appointed to the board by the governor's office on October 30th, 2025. She is joining us online today as a spectator and will be with us in person at our January meeting. Ms. Mira Habi has been a law professor at the University of San Diego School of Law since 2017 and an attorney and mediator at Mahari Law Group since 2021, a law professor at California Western School of Law and the Colleges of Law in 2025, a law professor at Thomas Jefferson School of Law from 2021 to 2022, an assistant director of deposition, expert deposition and trial advocacy programs at the National Institute for Trial Advocacy from 2009 to 2011. She is an arbiter and a law counsel officer for the State Bar of California. She earned a Juris Doctorate degree from the University of San Diego School of Law and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from the University of California, San Diego, and we welcome her to the board and look forward to seeing her in January. Looking ahead, the board will host its first Hill Day in January of 2026. It is scheduled for the day prior to the board meeting, and we will meet with legislators to share an overview of what is a DO and to build support for a future bill defining who is licensed as a DO, protecting both our profession and our name. I encourage all of our board members to let Ms. Calderon or myself know if you are available. We currently have 4 board members participating in Hill Day. Next year, we also plan to host another interested parties meeting to engage the public directly and continue to foster transparency and open dialogue. As many of you know, I serve on the board of the Federation of State Medical Boards, and at our October meeting, we discussed an emerging licensing pathway for medical graduates who have not matched into an accredited postgraduate training program or have passed USMLE Step 3 or COMLEX Level 3. These individuals are referred to as assistant physicians. To date, 12 states have enacted legislation recognizing this category, and several others are considering doing so. The FSMB is currently studying this issue and preparing guidance as future states move in this direction. And then on September 3rd, I had the honor of representing OMBS and FSMB in Dublin, Ireland at the annual meeting of the International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities. As part of the cultural working group, several of us had presented the world's first guidance for developing medical regulatory standards to address medical racism and other forms of discrimination. And then finally, I'd like to acknowledge an important transition here at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Last week, we received notice that DCA Director Kimberly Kirschmeyer will be retiring at the end of the calendar year. Ms. Kirschmeyer began her career 35 years ago at DCA in 1989 as a student assistant at the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. She was promoted into several different positions and units there until 1999, when she had the opportunity to join the Medical Board of California as an associate governmental program analyst. At the Medical Board, she worked in several units, learning different processes, and continued being promoted, eventually being appointed to the deputy director in 2005. She stayed in that position until her first governor's appointment in 2009 by Governor Schwarzenegger as the DCA Deputy Director of the Board and Bureau Relations. And in 2011, she returned back to the Medical Board as the Deputy Director and later became the Executive Director in 2013, where I had the pleasure of working with her as the Medical Board's President. She remained in that position until she had the honor of being appointed by Governor Newsom in 2019 as the Director of DCA, which she has now served 6 years, making her one of the longest reigning directors in that position. Ms. Kirschmeyer will be missed. She has dedicated her career to ensuring the state provided the best protection possible. She has been a dedicated and compassionate leader in all of her state roles and a mentor to so many leaders of state boards, including our own Ms. Calderon. Ms. Kirschmeyer's leadership and mentorship has had a lasting impact on this department and on many of us personally, and we extend our gratitude and wish her the best in her retirement. And that concludes my president's report. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members on the president's report? Any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, are there anybody wishing to make a comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the president's report, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Our call-in users press *3 to raise their hand. If you're logged in on a mobile device, the hand icon might be behind the other dots. And if you do choose to speak, you'll have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments on the president's report? I see no request for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great. So we're going to move to agenda item 7, board member communication with interested parties. Do any of the board members have anything to share at this moment? Okay. Are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, is there anyone requesting a comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the agenda item, you're more than welcome to click the hand icon to designate that you'd wish to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning. Any comments on communication with interested parties? I see no requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great. Moving to agenda item number 8, intergovernmental relations report and administrative services update. I think we are going to be joined for our DCA update by Shelley Jones, who has now been promoted to Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Morning.
I talk loud. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Just a few updates for today. First, we do have a new executive team members with our BBR team. Now, Governor Newsom announced and appointed Lucy Saldivar as the Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. Lucy previously served as Chief of Staff in the Office of Assemblymember Lisa Calderon since 2022 and Legislative Director from 2021 to 2022. She also held multiple roles in the Office of Assemblymember Jackie Irwin from 2017 to 2021. Lucy is a member of the Hope Leadership Institute and the California Latino Capital Association Foundation. And then secondly, as you mentioned, I was also appointed to serve as the Assistant Deputy Director for Board and Bureau Relations. I bring 29 years of experience working with boards. I have been with DCA since 2015, serving in several capacities with Board and Bureau Relations, as well as DCA's strategic organizational leadership and individual development and organizational improvement offices. Prior to joining DCA, I served in multiple roles at the Juvenile Parole Board with the California Department of Corrections. We're very excited to be serving as your new Board and Bureau Relations team, and I know Lucy looks forward to meeting all of you soon at one of your future meetings. And then finally, after 36 years of dedicated service at the Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA Director Kimberly Kirchmeyer recently announced she will retire at the end of this year. Director Kirchmeyer began her career at DCA as a student assistant in 1989. She was appointed by Governor Newsom as DCA Director in 2019. Within her first 6 months on the job, she navigated severe wildfires and the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, transitioning the department's 3,500 employees to telework. Director Kirchmeyer would like me to extend a special thank you for the honor and opportunity to serve as your director for the past 6 years. She would also like me to thank you for your continued hard work and dedication to the department, the state, and the consumers of California. Your work is invaluable, impactful, and integral to DCA's mission of consumer protection, and she knows it will continue for years to come because of the extraordinary staff at DCA. Training. We have a couple new training programs or trainings available, sexual harassment prevention training being the first. As you may remember, sexual harassment prevention training is mandated for completion within 30 days of your appointment to the board and every 2 years thereafter. On October 27th, DCA launched its new sexual harassment prevention training, and it is in the Learning Management System, also known as LMS. Couple things to note: if you completed the 2024-2025 version of the sexual harassment prevention training during those 2 calendar years, the new training will be automatically assigned to your LMS account 2 months before your 2-year mark. So that will be 60 days prior to the deadline of which it needs to be taken again. If you've not completed the 2024-2025 version of this training, the new version has already been assigned to your LMS account, and that was done so on October 27th. So you can log in and begin that training. Going forward, the compliance deadline will either be 2 years from the last completion date for those that took the training, or by December 27th for those that have not yet taken it during those 2 calendar years. Upon completion of the new sexual harassment prevention training, it will be automatically reassigned to your LMS account biennially, and that would be 22 months from your last completion date. If you have any questions or need assistance accessing the training or the LMS, please let us know at Board and Bureau Relations. And then secondly, unconscious bias training. DCA's training unit has developed unconscious bias training for board members specifically. This training will be added to members' LMS accounts in November, as well as incorporated into all onboarding when new members are appointed. You can find your training records under the transcript section of your LMS account. And again, if you need any help accessing that or locating that, please give us a call. Our Promise campaign has launched every year through the Our Promise California State Employees Charitable Campaign. State employees, including board members, have the opportunity to support the nonprofit causes they are passionate about through payroll giving or one-time donations. These contributions have a positive impact on our communities, and it's another way for DCA to show it cares for California. The campaign runs through December 31st, and DCA will be emailing information to board members this month. In the meantime, please contact Board and Bureau Relations with any questions you have or information on how you can give. And then in closing, I would like to take an opportunity to welcome your new member, Member Mira Hobby, and the board, and also to thank Member Marino for his years of service on the board and to California's consumers. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. I just have a quick question on the training that we all have to take. Will they email us and let us know, or do we have to be proactive and go into a system?
So I guess that would depend on which training and when you last took it. So if I can get with you after the meeting today, we
Okay.
can touch base on that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to echo that, it's a little tricky because I know there's a website and we're not officially with DCA, so we don't have login credentials and we forget our password. I don't know if you could just help make it easier for us.
Yes, unfortunately, there are two different access points for our LMS system. One access point for those who do have department-issued emails, and then one for those who are using their personal emails. I can send out instructions on both of those methods. And then if any point you have trouble gaining access to it or your password has expired, you can just send an email to Member Relations or give me a call and I can get that reset for you.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments from the board on DCA report? Are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from members of the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the DCA update, you can look for the hand icon, typically at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or behind the three-dot other options if you're on a mobile device, and click that hand icon to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the DCA update? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, now we have our budget office update, and we're joined by Kayla Van Lent and Harmony in DCA's budget office. I can assume they're remote.
Yes, they are. And as an update, we have Suzanne Balkus instead of Harmony.
Oh,
Di
okay.
Filippo.
No problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President Pines. My name is Kayla Van Lint, and I am a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office. I am joined by the budget manager, Suzanne Balkus. I want to thank the board and the executive staff for allowing me a few minutes to present on agenda item 8B, the board's expenditure projections and fund condition statements. First, I'm going to start with the board's expenditures included in your materials. The projections are based on actual data through the fiscal month 3. This report includes 2024 through 2025 actual expenditures in green, as well as 2025 through 2026 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange. As we move to the end of the document, you will see the board had a beginning balance or a beginning base budget of $4.709 million and is projected to spend about $4.540 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $50,000, a reversion percentage of 1.09%. The next document I'll be going over is the board's revenue projections included in your materials. This report includes receipts collected through September, and I will go further into these projections as we transition to the next slide. The next document is the board's fund condition statement. This is included in your materials. As a reminder, we read this document from top to bottom and left to right. The left column is the board's prior year, 2024 through 2025, based on actuals. It shows the board began 2024 through 2025 with a beginning balance of $5.098 million. The board collected $4.119 million in revenues, with $1.096 million from initial license fees, $2.737 million from renewal fees, and $286,000 was collected from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board expended $4.274 million, which includes $217,000 in direct draws to the fund for statewide pro rata and pension payments. The board ended 2024 through 2025 with $4.943 million in reserve balance, or about 12.4 months in reserve. For current year 2025 through 2026, the board projected revenues of $3.827 million, with $1.133 million projected from initial license fees, about $2.469 million from renewal fees, and $225,000 in the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The budget office will continue to monitor the board's revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we continue in the current fiscal year. A few things to note about the board's fund condition. The fund condition is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in the future years is a result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The budget office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. You will also notice revenue is projected static in the out years. Lastly, I would like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which would create cost pressure on the fund. The budget office will continue to monitor the board's fund condition statement and keep the line of communication with the board's executive staff open for any future needs or expectations. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at today's meeting, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do any board members have any questions about the budget report? Nope. Any comments from members of the public, please, in the room?
Holly McChris, Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. Will that be made available? Because it's not linked on the website.
Yeah, I didn't have it.
Sorry, I don't mean to put it, it's just, it usually is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Are there any comments, moderator, are there any comments from members of the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the budget update, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And our call-in users can press *3 to raise their hands. Are there any comments on the budget report? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Van Lint. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to agenda item 9, the Executive Director's Report by Ms. Cardoon.
Good morning, Madam Board President Pines, Vice President Patel, Secretary Adamian, and members of the board. As we enter the holiday season, I would like to take a moment to thank all of you for your continued partnership and leadership in helping the OMBC meet its mission. I would also like to take a moment to wish you all a very joyful holiday season and a very successful new year. My report today is intended to provide you all with an update on personnel and other administrative functions and projects occurring at the OMBC, and no action is needed at this time. I would like to start by thanking Andrew Moreno for serving on the board for over 7 years and give a warm welcome to Ms. Nagin Mirahabi, whom I've had the pleasure to speak to on several occasions, and I can say that I am extremely excited about her eagerness of being on the board. Welcome to DCA's Board and Bureau Deputy Director Lucia Saldivar, and congratulations to Assistant Deputy Director Shelley Jones on her promotion into her new role. I know the two of you will be instrumental in helping OMBC fill its 2 vacant member physician board positions, so we thank you in advance. And I couldn't end my thank yous today. Sorry, I'm going to get a little emotional here without acknowledging our very own DCA director, Miss Kimberly Kirchmeyer, whom I personally call Wonder Woman. Ma'am, thank you for your leadership, your mentorship, but most importantly, your friendship for so many years. I know that cape is not coming off, so continue to wear it each and every single day. Just remember that you can hang it up from time to time now without any pressure. You will be extremely missed around here, and we all wish you an extraordinary retirement, which you wholeheartedly deserve. Now that the hardest part was done, in terms of personnel, OMBC continues to have 15.9 authorized positions. OMBC is happy to announce that it backfilled its vacant enforcement analyst position reported at the last board meeting. Ms. Rachel Molina, if you can raise your hand, joined the OMBC on September 22nd, 2025. Rachel has over 10 years of experience working for the state of California and comes to the OMBC from the Department of General Services Office of Administrative Hearings. Rachel will be conducting desk investigations, working consumer complaints from intake all the way through discipline. An update on our special investigator, Ms. Yvonne Almazan, if you can raise your hand in the back, joined the OMBC on September 8th, 2025. Yvonne currently has over 20 pending active investigations assigned to her and is monitoring another 12 cases awaiting criminal convictions. Just as a reminder, all of her cases that are assigned to her on a case are assigned on a case-by-case basis, depending on the complexity of the allegations. And at any given point in time, these cases can be transferred to a sworn investigator to take over. For example, some of the cases that have been assigned to her, that can be assigned to her, are subsequent arrest notifications that do not require suspension, such as Penal Code Sections 23, interim suspension orders, or any assistance by DFI. Failure to release medical records, record-keeping violations, contract violations, false and misleading advertising, not unlicensed, not criminal-related, continuing educational violations, some probation violation cases, non-jurisdictional issues, general unprofessional conduct, negligence, incompetence resulting in minor harm, general work quality complaints, such as offensive behavior, conduct, and/or speech, practicing with a delinquent license, not requiring an in-person undercover operation, patient abandonment with minimal consumer harm. DFI will continue to support the board with complaints alleging the following: practicing under the influence of drugs and alcohol, mental or physical impairment of a licensee, unlicensed practice or practicing with a delinquent revoked license resulting in great bodily injury, death, and/or requiring an in-person undercover operation, aiding and abetting the unlicensed practice resulting in great bodily injury, death, and/or requiring an in-person operation, acts of serious consumer harm, gross negligence or incompetence by a licensee resulting in great bodily injury or death, obtaining licensure by selling or using fraudulent documents or transcripts, felony convictions, and sexual misconduct. I did include an image of our organizational chart. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that with every update going forward. With all of our changes that we've had, it's always good to get a visual. So that's in your materials. Now for an update on the executive order for the return to office. Just want to remind all of you that the return to office, as previously reported, was postponed again, obviously, to July 1st of 2026, as reported previously. I have identified a need to bring back enforcement staff to the office at a minimum of 3 days. As previously reported, they were attending 2 days a week and teleworking 3 days, but now it's 3 days in the office and 2 days teleworking. And this is to help with the onboarding of new staff and just to establish a more collaborative effort between the unit now that we have our non-sworn investigator as well joining us. There hasn't been any need for other staff to return, and as usual, our receptionist is in the office daily. In terms of state budget, OMBC budget, and travel restrictions, OMBC is still operating under the Department of Finance issued budget letters. OMBC must monitor all overall expenses and limit out-of-state travel to essential operational needs only. All out-of-state travel requests must be approved by the governor's office, and the approval will be limited to mission critical only. Discretionary trips will not be considered this year. In terms of our very own budget, the board continues to work closely with DCA's budget office to monitor the board's expenditures and request budget augmentations in areas where those are needed, such as enforcement. And later today, we are going to be discussing our regulatory packet, which you'll know a little bit more of our board staff efforts to help increase our revenue with our fees and our petitions. To provide an update on our committees and our board programs, I'm going to start off with the enforcement program. The enforcement program recently underwent a 2-week enforcement academy style refresher course in-house conducted by yours truly. The program met for 2 hours daily for 2 weeks and received extensive training on how to handle all case types and perform all duties of the enforcement process. This allows for cross-training between staff, and obviously a refresher course is always a good way of conducting business. It is a very complex desk load in the board, so we'd like to keep staff just engaged and aware of all of their resources. In attendance, we had our very own enforcement program manager, our intake analyst, the 3 enforcement analysts, board's probation monitor, and our special investigator. The enforcement staff also continue to work extensively with me and the DCA's regulatory council to draft language for the board's proposed disciplinary guidelines. Board staff will be meeting with the board's enforcement committee in the next couple of weeks and eventually present the language to the full board in January of 2026. For the licensing and administrative services program, implementation is under full force right now to establish the board CME self-certification and audit program that we wholeheartedly waited for so long. So far, the board has been working with the Breeze team to turn on the switch on the self-certification renewal application and establish our annual random CME audit list. In addition, the unit has completed all audit templates and has had them approved by legal counsel. The board hopes to have this process fully implemented at the next board meeting, by the next board meeting. In terms of the education committee, board staff continue to work with DCA's communication teams on its how to file a consumer complaint video. Production has started on the video, and we hope to introduce the video at our upcoming board meeting in January. Soon thereafter, the board will be transitioning over to develop an application services educational video. In terms of our legislative committee update, board staff will be joining, as Ms. Pines mentioned, a couple of our board members on Hill Day, which will be on January 21st, 2026. This is a milestone opportunity for the board, again, as Ms. Pines mentioned, to introduce OMBC to the legislators, highlight the unique value of our Doctor of Osteopathic licensees, and strengthen our voice in state policy conversations. In terms of communication, as you all know, I represent the prescribing boards as part of the CURE's Executive Stakeholder Committee and continue to meet regularly with DCA's leadership staff and the Department of Justice. Most recently, I was appointed by DCA's director to participate in DCA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility, the DEA Steering Committee. This committee was established by Director Kirchmeier in 2022 to help guide the department's DEIA efforts. It focuses on embedding these efforts into the department's policies and practices. I've had calls and emails exchanges with Madam Board President Pines to discuss pending and ongoing projects and meeting agendas. I continue to meet periodically with the board's attorney general liaison, Ms. Carolyn Westfall. We're actually working on a future presentation for January on our physician-patient relationship, and communicate frequently with Senior Assistant Gloria Castro as well. The DCA, I continue to meet also periodically with members of the Consumer Watchdog Group to gather their input on improving enforcement practices and procedures. Enforcement staff, mainly Christy, continues to meet monthly with DCA's Division of Investigation HQIU office to discuss progress on pending investigations at the field. And lastly, for communication, our committee meetings did start, as mentioned, and the board leadership continue to meet frequently with these designated members. Additionally, staff participated in meetings with other local, state, and national organizations in discussing and deciding regulatory measures common to OMBC and others. These organizations include the AG's office, DCA in general, other boards within the department, such as MBC, BRN, Board of Pharmacy, PAB, Physical Therapy, Department of Public Health, Department of Healthcare Services, the Federation of State Medical Boards, National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners, also known as NBOME, the International Association of Medical Regulations Authorities, Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California, American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians of California, and lastly, Premier Health, who is now handling the board's diversion program. For outreach efforts, the OMBC continues to post content regularly on all of our social media platforms, such as Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. And the board continues to keep its website current, which includes posting relevant legislation, frequently asked questions for our consumers and our licensees. And we do maintain our publication of all of our enforcement actions. This past quarter, OMBC did not attend, unfortunately, any outreach events. As previously mentioned, this is all due to the overall budget concerns that we have. That concludes my presentation for today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board members might have.
I just have a question on the outreach sort of stopping, because I know that's been pretty effective. Is it that you can't travel anywhere? Like, could you do stuff that's in Sacramento, places that are drivable?
Absolutely, Ms. Pines, we can do that. As a matter of fact, we are going to be hosting our annual professional identity course at Touro University on the 20th of this month. So we can travel locally, just can't stay overnight and incur expenses of hotels or flights. One of the other things that I am looking into is starting to possibly do some Zoom meetings and outreach presentations, and that's early on in the discussions. And I think you and I spoke about this recently. So I'll be meeting with both the enforcement manager and licensing manager to figure out how we can still actively participate in such efforts. I think it's very important for both our licensees and our stakeholder consumers to hear continuously of what we do and put our voice out there. So I think we're going to venture out to the virtual world pretty soon here.
Okay, good. Any other board members have any comments about the executive director's report? Okay. Are there any members in the room that have any comments about the executive director's report? Moderator, is there anyone online that would like to make a comment about the executive director's report?
There is, but I will go ahead and make the announcement. If any others would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning, and we do have a couple of raised hands. We'll start with Michelle Montserrat Ramos. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes. You're unmuted.
Good morning. I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I am with Consumer Watchdog. First, I have to echo Director Calderon's comments regarding Director Kim Kirschmeyer's departure. I have known Kim for many years now, when she was the executive director of the Medical Board of California, and I was a member of the California Safe Patient Project with Consumer Reports Consumers Union. We used to travel to Sacramento regularly to meet with Kim and her staff to discuss and work on issues important to consumers. She always respected the public's opinion, and she will be greatly missed. Regarding board committees, we appreciate the committee updates, but when can we anticipate the enforcement committee to meet in public during the quarterly board meetings? I think that we can agree that the public's focus is on enforcement, and much of the focus on this board is linked to enforcement. We are very interested in the new language and organization of the disciplinary guidelines and may have something to offer in terms of input before the language is presented to the board and we are allowed to offer input at that meeting. We're heading into sunset review soon. The work to begin to prepare for sunset review will take place next year, and we will be there for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next request for comment is from Maria Ibarra Navarrete. Maria, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose and a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. We appreciate the updates from the board's committees. However, we firmly believe that the critical work of the enforcement committee deserves to be conducted in a public forum. Given that a substantial portion of your funding is dedicated to enforcement, and the public's main interest in this board lies within the enforcement program, we believe this committee should be held during the public meeting. This issue being tackled during this committee meeting, along with the projects you are pursuing, are not just administrative matters, they are also significant importance to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next request for comment is from Kimberly Turbin. Kimberly, I'm going to send you a request to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Kimberly Turbin. I'm from Reseda and I'm also a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty deeply troubled to see the term cradle to the grave, you know, used to describe how your cases are managed here. While there are numerous ways to articulate your approach, that phrase should not be amongst them. We recognize that you have not endured the preventable negligence that we have faced, nor have you navigated the arduous process of filing a consumer complaint. We are human beings, not mere control numbers or medical record identifiers. What is even more distressing is the use of the term cradle when this board had closed complaints related to infants denying them the special statute of limitations designed for minor children. Tragically, some of those babies died without their deaths being investigated. One particular child who suffered serious harm yet remains alive will celebrate her 11th birthday on Christmas Eve. She will never walk. She remains dependent on a feeding tube, will require multiple surgeries throughout her life, and needs round-the-clock care. Yet, this board opted not to extend the special statute of limitations to her. I ask you to reconsider using language that may offend those you are here to serve. We are here with a commitment to collaborate and engage respectfully with you. I ask that you extend the same courtesy and respect to the public and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did see one further hand go up, but it's down again. If you'd like to make a comment, click the hand icon to raise your hand. And I do not see any further requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Calderon, thank you for your report. I think we're going to do one more before we break for lunch. So we're going to go to agenda item 10, licensing program update by Machiko Chong, the board's licensing program manager.
Good morning, Madam Board President and board members. Today, I will be reporting on the licensing statistics and program review for the licensing program. Attachments 10A and 10B reflect the licensing population and application stats for the first quarter of the 2025-26 fiscal year. Currently, there are 17,012 licensed osteopathic physicians and surgeons, 1,695 postgraduate training licensees, 1,369 fictitious name permits, and no temporary osteopathic physicians and surgeons licenses. With the application process converting from the paper to exclusive electronic submission in the 2022-23 fiscal year, and the board experiencing a parallel backlog as a result of the manual keying of applicant data by the board staff, prior fiscal year reports provided a skewed picture of the board's application intake. However, with the recent conclusion of the first quarter and the data entry of initial applications now streamlined, we have a clear picture of the variance between this and last fiscal year. Overall, the board is up 17% on total applications received. And you'll see there was a 5% increase on the osteopathic physicians and surgeons applications, 15% increase on the postgraduate training licenses, and 45% for the fictitious name permits. There are 269 pending initial applications, with 34 of those requesting expedited services. The application breakdown is as follows. There are currently 46 applications pending for the postgraduate training license type and 223 for the osteopathic physicians and surgeons certificate. And then in terms of expedited service requests, we have 30 applicants requesting expedite services for medically underserved areas, 4 for military veterans, and 2 for abortion services. Over the past 2 months, the licensing unit has worked with the Breeze team to revise the initial application for the fictitious name permits. Staff added context language to application tabs, also known as record-specific data, or RSDs, to clarify information that the board is requesting from the applicants. Additional RSDs were created to ensure that applicants understood the requirements for each of the 3 F&P filing types, the naming convention required for F&Ps, and to explain the documents and/or signatures that are needed. Board staff have also worked on additional Breeze maintenance and operation requests, or BMOs, to cease the printing and delivery of pocket ID cards for the postgraduate training license type, and update the physician and surgeon's renewal application to accommodate licensee self-certification and the audit of continuing medical education. In October, I attended the California Health Sciences University's residency fair in Clovis, California. It is always a pleasure to interact with the osteopathic students, educating them on the requirements for licensure, the importance of establishing early communication with the board, and staying in the know about items that might impact the osteopathic medical profession. Contact was also made with residency programs throughout California who were able to ask questions about the application process and obtain real-time updates on pending applications currently in queue for residents who have matched with their programs. This concludes my report for the day.
Thank you. I have a question just about when we have requests for expediting licenses, like how do you prioritize that? And what's typically the time frame of that, expedition of license?
So in terms of the desk process, process for expediting applications, they are placed in color coordinated files that the staff have in their queues. Those are taken before any other application pending the required documentation has been received in office. That tends to be an issue, and that really was an issue earlier on with a few of the expedite requests. We reach out to legal to see if there was a way to kind of manage our queue because, an application can go incomplete for a year before it drops out of our system. At that same time, if they're requesting an expedite, obviously our cycle times are skewed based off of that even if they're not providing that documentation. So after 30 to 60 days, if we still have not, if we've made request for the required documents and still have not received them, we remove the modifier out of the system. However, if the documents are subsequently submitted to the board, we'll place that modifier back on and continue the expedited review of those applications.
Okay. What's typically the documents that are delayed?
Well, attestation of whatever the expedite request is. So if they're requesting to work in a medically underserved area, we need documents from both the facility that you will be working with, as well as you attesting to the fact that I'm requesting this because I need to be placed here for this reason. Same with abortion and so on and so forth.
Okay, thanks. That's good to know. Are there any board members that have any comments or questions?
I had a question about the fictitious name permits. It looks like for both the total applications received and the renewals, they're up considerably. And I was wondering if that was remarkable or it's cyclical, or if we know. The total applications received are up 45% year to date, and the renewals are up 108% year to date.
So we did experience a backlog. Previously, the application was online, but as I stated, it was removed. There were issues with the data received in terms of corporation status and whatnot. Even though we put language on the application letting them know, and as well as in the instructions, what they could file or how they could file, both with us and the Secretary of State, it's still not being followed. So now it's back in a manual status, and so there is keying that comes along with the inclusion of those applications.
Thank you.
John, and if I can add to that, a couple of meetings ago, we reported that enforcement also did an audit of all of our FNPs that were delinquent, and we did find quite a few that had not been either canceled because the business had closed down or renewed. One of the things that Machiko and I are working on is to establish an actual dedicated person to maintaining our FNPs. A lot of our licensees don't know that this is a renewable license that has to get renewed every December, as a matter of fact. So we're actually in that renewal cycle right now. And if it doesn't get renewed, it goes in a delinquent status. And after 5 years, it cancels. But during that time, we haven't had a dedicated person on staff to focus on either reaching out to the licensee to make sure that they receive that notification that their license is up for renewal or their permit is up for renewal. So that's what we're working on right now actively, to try to bring on an individual or one of our team members to take that on, to fully dedicate some efforts on maintaining that, and also issuing citations for those doctors that have let it lapse and continue to practice with a delinquent license. But we did do an effort to help renew a bunch of applications, and I think those numbers reflect in those numbers.
Great. Are there any other comments or questions from board members? Are there any comments from members in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from members of the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the licensing admin program summary, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. Are there any comments on the licensing admin report? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great. So we are going to break for lunch. Lunch has arrived. It is 11:34, so 35. We'll come back at 12:15 p.m. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. The meeting will resume after the lunch break as soon as possible.
We have to establish a quorum, right? Yeah. Okay. Licensing, okay. Okay, we have returned back from our lunch break and we need to establish a quorum.
Corey Damian,
Present.
Cummins,
Present.
Brett Lockman,
Present.
Hamesh Patel,
Here.
Denise Pines,
Present.
Matthew Swain.
Present.
Quorum has been established.
Okay, great. We are now going to move to agenda item 11, enforcement program updates from Christy Liverato, Ramento. I always say that wrong. The board's enforcement analyst.
Good afternoon, President Pines, Vice President Patel, Secretary Adamian, and all board members. My name is Christy Livramento. I'm the Enforcement Program Manager for the Osteopathic Medical Board, and I'm here to present agenda item number 11 to you all. This is a report on the updates involving the board's enforcement unit for Q1 of fiscal year 25-26. Please refer to attachment 11A, which encompasses the enforcement program statistics. On September 22nd, 2025, the board welcomed new enforcement analyst, Rachel Molina. Ms. Molina has over 10 years of experience working for the state of California, with all 10 years at the Department of General Services Office of Administrative Hearings. Prior to state service, Ms. Molina was living and working in Colorado. Since joining the OMBC, Ms. Molina has participated in a 2-week in-house enforcement training and continues to receive training on a regular basis. Ms. Molina already has her own caseload, working cases from intake through the discipline process, and has already worked cases at multiple stages of the enforcement process. Ms. Molina is happy to be at OMBC and enjoying her new assignments. I'm so pleased to have Ms. Molina join our unit. In July of 2025, the board posted a limited term enforcement analyst position. This position has not been filled, and we hope to fill the position soon. Effective October 1, 2025, the board was granted additional citation authority for all violations of the Practice Act. The additional authority will allow the board to issue administrative citations after enforcement review of complaints, which in the past may have been closed without action because the board did not have the authority to issue citations and the violations did not rise to the level of formal discipline. During Q1, 10 complainant interviews were offered, 8 were completed, and for the remaining 2, the board has not received a response from the complainant. And now for the statistics. Like I said, please refer to attachment 11A, which covers the enforcement program's Q1 fiscal year 2025-2026 statistics in comparison to last fiscal year. Performance Measure 1 covers the amount of consumer complaints, arrests, and convictions received. The unit has received 320 complaints and 7 arrests / conviction notices, a significant increase of 33% of the total complaints and arrests / convictions in comparison to last year. The increase in complaints received can still be attributed to the board's outreach efforts. Performance Measure 2 is the average number of days it takes for our analysts to initiate complaints and acknowledge receipt. The target for this performance measure is 10 days, and we are at 5 days year to date. Performance Measure 3 is the average number of days it takes to complete an investigation and enforcement action that are for cases that are not referred to the Attorney General's office for formal discipline. Case aging here fluctuates greatly because it takes an average of all cases, and 1 or 2 very complicated cases can skew these numbers drastically. These numbers include the timeline for desk investigations and DFI's health quality investigation units investigations. The target for performance measure 3 is 360 days. Our average for quarter 1 is at 221 days. And although this average was higher than last fiscal year, it's still below the average target of 360 days. The increase can be attributed to the fact that the unit was down 1 enforcement analyst in comparison to last fiscal year. Performance measure 4 is the average number of days it takes to complete investigations and enforcement actions that are transmitted to the Attorney General's office for formal disciplinary action. Case aging in this category is at 804 days, which is down from 902 days from last quarter. For quarter 1 of fiscal year 24-25. The target for PM4 is 540 days, and although we did not meet this target in this category year to date, it did go down 11% in comparison to last fiscal year. For fiscal year 25-26, the board continues to be well under its performance measure targets for 3 of its 4 performance measures. As previously reported, performance measure 4 is the measure that unfortunately the board has the least control over, as this measure takes into consideration the timeline from the Attorney General's office, respondents' legal representatives, and the Office of Administrative Hearings. The board currently has 648 pending enforcement cases, with 114 of those cases pending at HQIU, 21 assigned to our in-house special investigator, and 19 pending at the Attorney General's office. The remaining 494 cases are split between the 3 enforcement analysts, with each analyst averaging 164 cases. Year to date, the board has filed 1 accusation, issued 2 public letters of reprimand, placed 2 licensees on probation, and issued 1 cease practice order. Additionally, 2 probationers completed probation, and the board issued 2 orders accepting the surrender of a license and ordered 2 revocations. 1 administrative citation has been issued as well.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any comments or questions? Nope.
Forgive
Questions?
me if I, this is Matthew Swain. So I'm just stuck a little bit on the 648 pending cases. Is there a simple stat that I can understand? Like how fast are we chewing through those 648 cases? Like in a month? Is there any way to kind of make that touchable for those of us who don't do this all day?
Well, it would depend on the investigation of each case. We can break it down by case months of how long it takes to complete an investigation, but it's broken down in days for you in the performance measures.
So like if a member of the public asks me, okay, there's 648 cases, if we never got another complaint, how long would it take us to adjudicate all 648 of those cases? I just a ballpark.
I can help with that, Dr. Swain. So the target of completion, like Christy mentioned, is in these performance measures. That second performance measure, the target is listed as 360 days. That's our goal, to complete a case. That should be the average for overall cases. It's hard to say how fast these are to be completed because it really depends on the complexity of each allegation. But your average, if you take all 600, we want to complete our desk investigation within 360 days. The analysts are always going to have a pending caseload no matter what, because if you see the input is actually increasing, and that's because of our population. And our efforts to address that is to bring on more staff, obviously, to have that complete in a timely fashion so that we meet our performance measures. Our goal is just to make sure it gets completed before our statute runs out, honestly. But we want to make our effort to expedite these depending upon the complexity that they're coming in as. We can definitely give you a breakdown on how many closures we have a month. It's not our norm to put that out there, but we can definitely give you closure stats if you would like at a future board meeting. But you can see here that our goal in general is just to have a desk investigation. So these are cases that don't go to the Attorney General within 360 days. Once that accusation is filed, it stops our statute of limitations, and then it's up to the AG's office to carry on the case for us, so that we can get the adjudication on the case. But we'd like to bring our desk investigations, this is just a personal goal of mine for the future, down to 180 days. So the only way we can do that is continuously meet with staff on a weekly basis, doing our roundtables, having caseload reviews done as well on a monthly basis, and then just bringing on additional staff. Christy mentioned that we did advertise for a limited term position in this unit, and that is because we do have one of our analysts currently out on medical leave. So we're trying to figure out how to bring a person temporarily until we have the analyst returning back to us. So we're trying to meet our goals here. I guess right now the effects is just that we have more coming in than we normally do, and that is, have to say, the increase in population and then the awareness that now we exist more than as before. I mean, we were getting all of our cases transferred over to other boards, and now they're coming quickly to our office. And so we're trying to meet that.
No criticism or disappointment was expressed. I'm just trying to understand. And if anybody understands pushing back the ocean, it's a primary care physician. So
Absolutely. I can say that maybe on average, this is just to give an estimate. I would say maybe on average, on a weekly basis, we close out about 10 cases.
I would agree.
That's good to say.
Mm.
Yeah. And this is with different types of closures. You know, we can be issuing an educational letter, a citation or fine. Also, you know, a case that enters into that probation phase, that's considered a closure at that point.
I have one question just on 164 cases per analyst. Is that a typical average number, or what's a typical average number that's like workable?
That's a high average. Our goal is to get down to about 80 cases per
Okay.
analyst.
Wow. Okay, so it's twice as much. Okay. So is that more people?
Definitely more people, Ms. Pines. You know, we have to go through BCP processes to
Mhm.
get those.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, right now with our budget situation internally, that's something that we need to work on first before we can ask for more positions. So we're trying to figure out ways to, I mean, Christy herself carries on some of the caseload. Our investigator is going to be helping with some of the caseload. So we're hoping that we can address it. I would say that with losing an analyst recently, and then our other analyst going on leave has put a little bit of a backlog. Nothing that we can't handle proactively, but it is right now, the numbers are growing, and that really is due to the population growth that we've been seeing. You can see just on complaints received this quarter in comparison to last year, like Christy said, it's 33%. And that's a big number to just jump from one year to the next. I want to say that we just initiated our 1,000 case file just recently. So, and when I walked in 2022, we were averaging 580 cases. So we doubled the amount of complaints in just 3 years. So it's definitely something that, you know, we're taking a note of and trying to figure out how we can approach it internally and be more strategic. But I think that having Yvonne, our investigator, joining us, and having Christy in this role as a manager is definitely one of the things that we're positively trying to work with.
Okay, great. Um, Okay, are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, or is there anyone requesting a public comment online?
There is, but I will go ahead and reiterate the instructions. If anyone would like to make a comment, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the three-dot other options. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning, and we'll put the timer on the screen. And our first request for comment is from Michelle Monserrat Ramos. Michelle, I'm going to send you a request to unmute your mic. You're unmuted.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I am with Consumer Watchdog. Thank you, Executive Director Calderon, for your immediate response to Kim's comments regarding the statement made in the Enforcement Monitor's report. We appreciate you. We are going to continue with our comments because it's important for board members to hear the public's perspective on our experience with the enforcement process. Consumer complaints are far more than mere case numbers or medical records. They represent the lives of individuals who were dearly loved and cherished. I recognize that staff may view these cases in a clinical manner, but our loved ones are so much more than the circumstances surrounding their deaths. I urge you to consider our perspective. We don't simply focus on the loss. We have fought tirelessly for the patient impact statement to ensure that these complaints and AG memos not only reflect the physician's support letters and past awards, but also reflect the precious lives lost, for they truly matter. I appreciate that you may not have had a strong public presence at these meetings in the past, but now that you do, I want to emphasize that we are here to work with you and ensure meaningful change is made. We truly appreciate the progress you've made in receiving a more favorable response to requests for the required complainant interview before a complaint is closed. To enhance this process, it would be beneficial to understand the types of questions typically posed during the interview. This knowledge would empower families to prepare thoughtfully for their participation. Recently, I had the opportunity to speak with a complainant who has filed a case with this board. I shared with her the new rights she now holds in this process, made possible through our legislative advocacy. It's vital that every complainant feels informed as they navigate through the enforcement process. We took a close look at your enforcement statistics and noted that you have received 241 complaints so far this year. While it is heartening to see that a significant number of these complaints have been investigated, it is troubling that such a small fraction have advanced to the Attorney General's office for potential accusations. Could you shed light on why so few complaints are moving forward to the accusation stage? The information I have received for complaints are anything but trivial. Many involve heartbreaking cases of death resulting from egregious neglect. We would greatly appreciate insights into the factors preventing these serious matters from progressing. In previous instances, we observed that some complaints lack sufficient information or were not presented in a manner that enables board staff to take meaningful action. These concerns underscore the importance of having an enforcement committee meet in public. Enhancing
15
communication
seconds.
between the public, advocates who file complaints, and board staff can create a positive and collaborative atmosphere. This approach not only fosters greater accountability, but also ensures that all parties involved benefit from more transparent and effective.
Thank you. And our next request for comment is from Maria Ibarra Navarrete. Maria, I'll send you a request to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. You're unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. I am from San Jose, and I'm a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. We appreciate the executive director's apology. However, we still believe it is important to share with the board as a means of educating the board on the process we endure. I was in disbelief to see the term cradle to grave applied to describe how your cases are being managed. Unless you have personally endured the heart-wrenching experience of losing a loved one in a completely preventable manner, you may find it difficult to grasp our profound offense. None of you have faced the daunting challenge of filing a consumer complaint only to feel let down by the enforcement staff who should have diligently reviewed our concerns and forward cases ultimately to a death investigation. This disconnect is precisely why the use of this term is so troubling to us. Traditionally, cradle to grave refers to materials or the breadth of a person's entire life. This process fails to take account for the rich, meaningful lives our families lived and the contributions they made to our families. The process doesn't appear to focus on their deaths as much as it focuses on whether or not a provider can be held accountable. The phrase cradle to grave simply does not fit the process and is frankly deeply disrespectful to the public. Please remember that words carry a profound meaning and should be chosen with care. We appreciate the statistics shared in your enforcement update. Of 241 complaints received this year, a mere 4 have progressed to the Attorney General's office. What is preventing so many complaints from advancing to the accusation stage? This critical question underscores the importance of holding the Enforcement Committee in a public forum. The dialogue is essential for fostering transparency and accountability within our system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next request for comment is from Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, I'm going to send you a request to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning.
Hi, I'm
You're unmuted.
Tracy. Okay. Hi, I'm Tracy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield, California, and I am a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. My grandson's complaint sat ignored by this board staff for an agonizing 3 years following his death. He lost his life because of a physician licensed by this board ignored the complications during his mother's pregnancy. Tragically, he endured a post-mortem C-section and suffered for 18 hours long. He fought for his life and suffered for his life, yet was in the hands of the physician who repeatedly made devastating mistakes. It took an excruciating 13 hours to airlift him to the hospital with higher level care, while the transfer team waited for hours at the NIC unit here in Bakersfield. Not only was my grandson's complaint overlooked for 3 years, but the board also failed to grant the special statute of limitation for minor children to him. The harsh reality is that my grandson never had a chance to lie in a cradle. Instead, it was a grave. He was left alone behind a private curtain, seizing with his mother who had just passed away. He was not rushed to the NIC unit to receive urgent care, so he desperately needed it. I urge you to reflect on the words that you use and their impact on the grieving families you serve. We come to these meetings driven by desire to affect change, to save another mother and their precious babies. We respectfully ask for consideration and dignity to strive to extend to other families. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. I do not see any further requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Ms. Pines, before going to the next agenda item, I just want to go back to the statistics and make sure that we are reading the report correctly, if I may. Machiko, if you can bring those numbers up. The first column are numbers from last year. So last year in this specific quarter, that's what was being reflected. So we received 241. So I want to correct the record that this quarter we've received 320 complaints for this fiscal year so far. So that's an increase of 33%. Down below, if you notice under the transmittals to the Attorney General, last year we only referred 4 cases. This year so far, this quarter, we've doubled that So we've referred 8 total cases to the Attorney General. So this board actually, in comparison to last year, doubled our referrals to the AG's office. I also want to point out the pending cases at HQIU. Last year, we had 69 pending field formal investigations. This quarter, we have 114 pending investigations. So that's an increase of 45 more cases that we've identified that require formal investigation. So I just want to make sure that we, apologies if we didn't explain how to read the report. We want to make sure that those statistics are captured, that we are identifying more cases requiring formal investigation despite the increase. And we are referring a lot more cases to the Attorney General's office than last year. And just a quick reminder that the process of once we refer a case to the Attorney General can be anywhere from 6 months to 8 months to finish the adjudication process. So we have currently 19 cases pending at the Attorney General, but we do project that we're going to be increasing that number in the next couple of quarters.
Thank you. Thank you for going through the document with more clarity. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
We are now going to move to agenda item 12, a presentation on the board's probation program with Ralph Correa, our probation monitor.
All right, good afternoon, folks. My name is Ralph Correa, and I am the board's probation monitor. I apologize, I didn't have bring my second pair of eyeballs, so I kind of look at this a little sideways. Try speaking to the mic here. Okay.
Is the mic on?
There we go. Now you can hear me.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, once again, my name is Ralph Correa, and I'm the board's probation monitor. At this time, the board currently has 31 current probationers who have been placed on probation for various cases. Of the 31, 5 of those persons are tolling out of state. In other words, they are not residing in the state of California or practicing in the state of California. With that in mind, they're also not receiving credit for their time on probation. Now, of the 31 licensees on probation, 4 of those are participating in the board's diversion program. In addition to the 4 board referrals, the diversion program has 3 other licensees participating in their own program as self-referrals. In other words, they went on their own. In the first quarter, the board referred a probationer to the AG's office and requested a new accusation and petition to revoke probation to be filed. This probationer was placed on probation here in California but has been tolling for several years. Most recently, the state where they reside took disciplinary action against them for similar reasons why they have been placed on probation here in California. As soon as the board receives notice out of the state for discipline, the board took necessary action to refer the matter to the AG's office. I want to reflect on something else, and I wasn't actually written down in here, but my job has not changed from when I spoke from the last quarter, the quarter before that, the quarter before that, the quarter before that, even at the beginning of 2024 when I first started. I'm routinely keeping in contact, and I have my finger on the pulse with every one of my probationers. Whether I'm seeing them in person, which I, matter of fact, just came back from Los Angeles the end of September, had to visit a doctor because I felt that it was necessary for me to go down and do a home visit. Now, when I say home, it's not residence, their actual practice location. While I was there, I also checked on one of my licensees who has been issued a cease practice order to make sure, in fact, that doctor is actually not practicing medicine. So I actually walked directly into his business, identified who I was, and I made sure that he wasn't there and wasn't practicing medicine. Luckily, he was not there and he was not practicing medicine. So I want the record to reflect that I am actually doing my job. Okay. I also have another doctor that's in the Bay Area, and I will routinely, because it's much more closer than Los Angeles, I'll go down there on a midweek, take a drive. And of course, the doors are closed and locked. So that doctor is currently not practicing medicine either. Now I'll read the rest of my statement from the language I have here, which I think is very important for you folks to understand. There's going to be some serious changes that are going to come about in the very, very near future. And you will hear this as the director talks and we get through this board meeting. In addition to the monitoring of the probations, my unit, me, have been assigned, or rather assisting with the director on drafting new proposed language for the board's disciplinary guidelines and regulatory language. This also comes with the penalty relief, which also you'll be hearing today. Now, you're going to get some numbers and you'll have a little bit more understanding exactly what it's actually costing us and what it actually endures to get there. What you had here earlier this morning, you had a petitioner come over here and petition to get off probation. That is for you to decide, but it does come at a price. You will eventually hear what that price is, and it does cost money. Now, with that also in mind, the director and I have worked very closely with a deputy attorney general person from the state's attorney's office, working our actual disciplinary guidelines to actually narrow down something a lot more stringent for the probationers to adhere to. In other words, these will be conditions and terms that will be set for once we agree upon the certain language. So this way, the doctors understand that terms and conditions are much more stringent. Now, some of you may have a little misunderstanding or maybe a little concern about these things. However, rest assured, these things must take place in order to hold persons accountable for their actions. I hear the term negligent a lot. We also hear the term, forgive me, I'm trying to lost memory here, departure of care. And that comes in a number of fashions for those of you physicians. For those of you laymen who do not understand that, that's where a doctor makes a miscalculation of their proposed procedure and or miscalculation of their diagnosis. That's for you laymen to understand. For you doctors, you know exactly what that means. Now, with that in mind, I also hear the term, it was an accident. Well, I'm pretty sure we can all agree when there's a hurricane and a tree falls on your car and there's nobody around, that is a clear accident. But for a physician to actually deal with the patient, I'm not too sure where accident comes into play because I hear that a lot from my probationers. This is what they actually try to disclose to me. And I try to remind them, unfortunately, I'm not your advocate. I don't care about what you say. My job is to deal with what you did. These are the penalties. You will do it or you will not do it. I'm not in the business anymore of chasing persons down, handcuffing them, and doing what I used to do in my previous career. But my office does have the authority. If a person fails to comply, then they will either A, be issued a cease practice order, suspended from their practice, and or issued an accusation, and or petition for revocation of their license. So all these things will come about. Now, in that, I'm going to take a few more minutes, hope you don't mind, but I think this is pretty important that you guys understand this. Director Calderon and I, mainly the director herself, she has made it her personal mission to actually protect the consumers. Now, what I've seen over the past 2 years now, since I've been here, well, a year and a half since I've been here, knowing what I witnessed before, I can honestly say that is really true of what I see the director do on a daily basis. Primarily because I get emails from her in the middle of the night Of course, when I wake up, those are their emails because I know she's working. And I can tell you that when I get to my office at 7:30, 8 o'clock, the director will get there shortly after and when I leave at 4, she is still there. And of course, sending emails out. So please understand that the director really is working very, very diligently to make sure that consumer protection is number one in her eyes. So for the general public, I heard your concerns, and the director does hear your concerns every time we have a board meeting, and I'm sure she hears them when you email. So I want you to understand this is coming directly from me because I'm the one that actually has to deal with the ones that I have on my caseload today. Now, to give you a brief example, and I'll make this short because I know you have quite a few other things you want to discuss. But I've actually been in office while the director is, now I'm going to use the term arguing, but it's not arguing, but trying to justify the cause with the the Deputy Attorney General, trying to plead the case. Now, naturally, for those of you who are not lawyers, or those of you who are lawyers, you do understand this. But there is a specific set of facts that have to lead to a specific set of evidence in order for that procedure to go forward. Lawyers call it a threshold. Okay, that's what they call it. There has to be a threshold. If it meets a threshold, then it will go further. If it does not meet the threshold, then it will not go further. Now, I don't know where the break in to find out where the threshold is whether we have the experts looking for something specific and it's just not there. I'm not entirely sure. But I can tell you this. In my past career, over 20 years in law enforcement, I've worked hand in hand with DAs and state's attorney's office, even the feds, trying to negotiate a deal or trying to figure out a way to make sure that that case is prosecuted correctly. Now, as a previous investigator and detective myself, it is very trying because there's a lot of guardrails that prohibit some of these things to happen. There's a lot of motions to suppress. There's a lot of motions to, they want extra time. There's a lot of things that come into play. And I think that Dr. Swain asked a question earlier, and forgive me, but I want to make sure that I try to answer your question correctly. Now, I'm going to speak in terms layman so you understand this, but the way the judicial process is done, sir, and board, when a case does come, the analysts will go ahead and do their desk investigation. But naturally, we have the families, either they don't respond in a specific amount of time or they don't submit the proper information that is requested. And then it kind of goes back and forth of trying to get information back and forth. This does take time. Not everybody's going to sit and wait for Mr. or Mrs. Smith to email. Mr. Smith is not going to sit and wait for the analyst Smith to email back. Everybody has their lives, but everybody's trying to get their stuff in conjunction with the time frame that we have based on a lot of time for a specific case. Now, hypothetically, if we were to get that information in a week or two, ideally, that case would go further and much faster. Unfortunately, this is not the world that we live in. Now, even if it does, I'll move hypothetically even further. Even if when it does go out to further investigation, the doctor, the physician that is being charged or investigated will do their due diligence and either A, they will fall on their sword and admit to exactly what they did, which for you lawyers, understand that rarely happens. Does a person ever fall on their sword and just give up the evidence? 9 times out of 10, they're going to fight that and they're going to do motion to suppress, and that's what their attorneys are paid to do. There's a lot of push, pull, push, pull, push, pull. That does take time. There's subpoenas that have to be written. That does take time. Stuff is not given to us overnight, folks. It does not happen like that. And then once it gets there, then it grinds through the judicial system. Then the AG's office has to grind through it and try to figure out if, in fact, there is enough evidence for the threshold. Does it meet the threshold to show that there's enough evidence from the state that they have a valid case for the AG's office to go in and go forward through? Typically, you folks have always seen these major trials on our TVs. I'm sure you're pretty much aware of the fact that these cases go on for up to 2 years. Why? Because there's a lot of motion to suppress, a lot of motions, a lot of pushback, a lot of dragging feet. These are things that happen. So I can hear the facts, some of the facts that come out against trying to figure out if the board is in fact doing their job. They are doing their job. Yes, we would like them to go faster. Yes, I would like to have more cases. I'm looking forward to getting more cases. I hope I do. Otherwise, AI is going to replace my job. Some things I have to accept. But I do know the fact that our board is actually doing their job. It's just the fact that we have to deal with a number of, whether it's the patient's family, friends, or the patient trying to get back and forth to get the information. And it has to be correct. We can't just get some signed document that says, yeah, my leg broke. That's not the way it works. There has to be actual evidence. In criminal law, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Now, I don't know how this works too much where doctors trying to evaluate where departure of care came in. I'm not a physician by any standpoint, nor will I tell anybody that. But I will tell you enough in this job, I understand where that evidence is a major factor. To finish off this last part, folks, in hearing the pushback the director has had with at least one deputy AG, that AG actually said, well, the judge may see it as a different way and rule against the board. This also applies to the AG's office too. They will advise specific case does not meet the threshold. So again, we're back at square one all over again. Where do we need to get to that threshold? Everything costs money as well. It's all about trying to figure out the balance with this, but we want to make sure that patient protection is done and consumer protection is done completely. The one case that actually comes to mind is the fact that the director actually had the AG tell her, and I was witness to this, that sorry, doesn't meet the threshold, but you can at least offer a public letter of reprimand. And the director says, that's all, and that AG person said, that's all you can give. But the director knew that there was more to it that either wasn't found all the way, but there should have been enough there. Okay, so the director walked away and said, okay, well, let's issue a public letter of reprimand with the contingency that the physician get what's called a clinical competence assessment done through PACE UC San Diego. For you doctors who know UC San Diego PACE, it's a board panel. Most of the doctors there probably have over maybe 200 years experience. Most of the doctors there usually have 20, 30 years experience individually, and they do this assessment with these doctors. This one physician who got the public letter of reprimand completed that public or clinical competence assessment. Now, they did not successfully complete it. As a matter of fact, what was found was PACE then issued its findings that the physician failed with extreme departure of the standards of practice of medicine. So we have the AG's office saying, no, we can't do nothing for you, but we have the director fighting because she believed that there was something there and got the fact that this physician went and did PACE, and they found that this physician couldn't practice medicine and shouldn't practice medicine. They didn't just say they failed. They said extreme departure of practice. Now, you physicians know exactly what that means. That means they lost a lot of the basics. They didn't just lose some of the basics. They lost quite a bit of the basics. So now this immediately, of course, now this already happened a year ago. This physician was put on an immediate cease practice order, which I formally did at that time. This physician has been put on a cease practice order since that time. We're now a year and I believe almost a month, about a year and a month into his cease practice order. So now we have to go backwards in time and do an accusation to figure out what happened. So now we're kind of going backwards. So now I'll leave you with this. This all comes down really to the diligent work that the director has done, and I am actively participating in, including actively trying to push the new disciplinary guidelines that we want to uphold to make sure that that threshold will be met at least, I want to give at least 80%. I do have dreams. I do have dreams. 80% is what I'm looking for. I don't know what happened to you physicians in 2020. I don't. I can tell you what I've witnessed since I left when I was working at the medical board and now here. I'm witnessing physicians lose their experience, and they're failing because they're injuring these patients. Now, the burden of proof has to come on us, and I'm hoping we can find that. But I will tell you that with these guidelines, they will help. So when you folks receive these guidelines, and you will be receiving them shortly, we're working on, we should be closing them up hopefully within the next couple weeks, maybe a month, and then you'll receive this information. Then you will look at those with open eyes and be able to make a proper decision on what the recommendations will be. We're hoping that you all agree with them and understand that the bar that you doctors hold when you all went to medical school or decided to go to medical school, you knew that bar was extremely high. That's the same way I felt when I first became a cop. That bar was really, really high. We should not drop that bar lower for those doctors to meet lower expectations. We should always maintain that bar extremely high. You doctors, you deserve that. But do not drop that bar just because you think the penalty may be too harsh, or you think that maybe there should have been a little bit more evidence. These are things that the director and I and the AG's office will be working on to make sure that there is a fair trial, so there isn't too much government overreach. But in fact, if in fact there is a departure of care, then it will be met with proper disciplinary action. Okay? I hope you folks make a good decision with this in the future. Okay, folks? With that, I'm done.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. Do we have any, for really, one, being passionate about what you're doing? Not a lot of people are passionate about their work, and I feel it all through my bones that you are. For helping us to help explain the process of complaints to all the other sort of outlets that engage with the board and in the discipline of the license, and where sometimes the juggernaut happens and the length of time. So I appreciate you explaining that. So I want to see if there's any comments or questions from board members. Nope, no one? Okay. I'm going to then go to members of the public in the room. Any comments? Moderator, is there anyone requesting to comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the probation program summary, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. Every speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Are there any comments on the report? I do see one request, a couple. Let's start with Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, I'll send you a request to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning.
Hi, I'm Tracy Dominguez from Bakersfield, California, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I just want to say thank you, Ralph, for your hard work and your determination to make things and fight for families. I just really appreciate your hard work, and I see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next request for comment is from Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, I'm sending you a request to unmute. Go ahead.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I am with Consumer Watchdog. Ralph, I want to say for once, we do not believe you are replaceable. I want to emphasize that some of the complaints that we were referring to were closed and ignored during the prior administration. As we all know, it is important to know and work through the mistakes in the past in order to move forward and correct them. I can say that as an advocacy team, I work directly with families that come to me with their complaints, and we do our own fair share of investigation, and we do support our complaints with evidence. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the work that our executive director is doing. We are here to work with this board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any further requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Great, thank you. We are now going to move to agenda item 13, rulemaking update. This rulemaking is for pending or proposed regulations, and we are joined by Ms. Terry Thorfinson, the board's legislative and regulatory specialist. And are we joined by someone else? Yes.
Christy Shields, Regulations
Okay,
Counsel for
sorry.
the board.
I think it had you in here later. I think.
Christy,
Okay.
this is like agenda 13, so
Right.
it's just, yeah, but yes, absolutely.
Available.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, board members, Terry Thorfinson, the board's legislative and regulatory specialist. This is the rulemaking update, and I am not going to gloss over, like I may on the rest of the memo, the fact that the prior reg package that this board saw many, many times has officially gone into implementation and became effective October 1st. I projected it was going to become effective the last meeting, but now I want to officially re-acknowledge that it is in full force, and that is a big relief. So that leaves only two regulatory packages to report on. One is the fees and license status that the board's going to take up in the next agenda item, and then the disciplinary guidelines. You might have noticed that these regulatory packages are take a lot of revisions and take a lot more time, even though we're both staff and regulatory counsel are pushing forward as fast as we can. The volume of changes that we see each time in the effort to make this perfect for a regulatory package to go through the process is almost never ending. And in this, we are trying to go as fast as we can, but you'll notice very little movement. This one is coming back, the fee and licenses coming back to the board for consideration. Disciplinary guidelines have made progress. Regulatory counsel has weighed in on proposed language, but we're not done on the proposed language, so there's no real change in terms of the columns as to where that goes. Also, the Enforcement Committee has not been able to review the disciplinary guidelines, which was also kind of one of the steps that we wanted before bringing that language to the board. And any changes that would come out of that committee, regulatory counsel would also need to review before putting it before the board. So any questions? Or Christy, would you like to add anything?
No, I think you've covered it pretty well. Thank you.
Any question, board members? This is an easy agenda item.
Are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, are there any questions or comments rather from members of the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the rulemaking update, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments on rulemaking? I do not see any requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Great. Okay, so now we're going to move to agenda item 14, discussion and possible action to consider initiation of the rulemaking to amend sections 1630, 1636, 1646, 1647, 1656, 1658, and 1690, and to adopt section 1648 in division 16 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, retired license, petitions, and fees. And we will continue with Ms. Thorfinson, and we are joined by Christy now, the attorney for Legislative Affairs and Divisions Regulations Unit at DCA. So Christy, I think you're going to lead in this discussion, or is Terry going to?
I can lead and I'll hand it off to Christy. Just to give some context, this particular rulemaking is again wanting the outcome to be approval of the language before you. So even though the board has approved in August a prior bigger, larger package, this one is scaled down, but it is still considered a final package for your review and approval. And so some of the language you've approved, some of it is new. So, but be mindful that the entire package is what needs to be approved, which includes language as well as forms that are also considered a proposed language, and repealing a particular form, which is also considered proposed language. And I just want to highlight briefly that the timing of this, maybe a year or two ago when we started this, was not as rushed maybe, but now it's really critical because the timing of this reg and fee increase was to increase the fees for the ones that we had statutory authority and what that level was, to increase those fees to the maximum. And what that does is allow us to go into the legislature and request an increase in fees. But we can't do that unless our fees are at the maximum. So timing wise, we were planning on and still planning on doing that fee increase as part of the oversight process, which it kind of goes over a 2-year process, even though it looks like it's one, is this next year, 2026, the staff will be preparing an oversight report, which is huge, and the board will have to review and approve that before we can submit it to the legislature roughly, I'm guessing December or beginning of January. And then next year, well, not next year. So then in 2027, then the hearings for the oversight committee happen. And that's where the discussion about any issues the committee wants to raise with the board, as well as our requests for fee increases. And that's also an opportunity to offer up issues, legislative issues that may need statutory changes to be proposed and discussed. So all of those things are in play. Initially, you'll see it in the report. Then the following year in 2027, probably around March, you'll see it where we have to go up for the actual hearing and defend, and justify what we're requesting. So I just wanted, I know it's in the memo, but I wanted to highlight the very important timetable that this reg package has connected to the upcoming oversight report and process. And as I mentioned, the forms that you'll see, in addition to the language and the repealed form, are all proposed language. So those are things that you'll be reviewing, and those are in attachment 1 through 5. Now, what I'd like to do is just briefly go over the memo first, so that comes in order, and then we'll have the long form language followed by each of the forms that we're proposing. And then at the attachment, that's 1 through 5 are the forms. And then attachment 6 would be workload that is justifying the fees that we're proposing for some of the new fees. Christy, would you like to add anything?
So, excuse me. So at our last meeting, you had a larger package that covered the initial application process as we were trying to update that. But during the course of putting that package together for submission to the director, I realized there were other applications that are also outdated that needed to be updated. When I brought this to the attention of your executive director, her concern was it would slow down the fee increases that you need to make sure that you're funded, and it's in balance, they call it. When you start spending more money than you take in, they call it imbalance. And so you're going into the red. And so the goal would be with this package to bring back a trimmed down package, to bring back mainly fee increases and additional sources of revenue, including this petition package that includes recovery of costs related to petition hearings. So that's really why we're here today, to bring back the trimmed down package. It doesn't mean that we're not going to continue working on the initial licensure updates, but they're going to be handled in a separate package. So that's really what we're here to discuss today. And so, please take a look at everything in the materials and let us know if you have questions. And I'll turn it back over to Terry. Do you have anything else to add?
Nope. I'm ready to move on to page 2 of the memo where we dive into the actual sections. I guess the purpose of this memo is to show sort of how simple a lot of the changes are. When we turn to, because I don't want you to feel overwhelmed, which you can often feel in reg discussions, but you'll see more detail, obviously, when we get to the language. And that language will speak for itself. So basically, in stripping out the language, we're using the existing structure, the reg structure. So for the first section, 1630, this is basically a section that deals with renewals, but we call it good standing. We could in the later, a later reg package change this and change the structure, but part of the strip down purpose was to strip down the updates and just go for the language that is required to augment the fees that we're proposing. So it's, I don't know, it's maybe a little counterintuitive, but that is what it is. Yes.
So you'll notice with this section that the renewal form in regulation is from 1994. So we're kind of out of compliance there. So we're trying to get into compliance and put in all the requirements that have been adopted most recently in 2024, I believe, right? So these are, again, just to update this section because we're updating the fee section. We want to make sure anything that touches or mentions a fee is also up to date.
So yes, there is still updating. So related to what you'll see in the forms on the language is for this good standing section, this is where the renewal form that we currently use will be referenced, but we have a current form that is outdated that we're going to repeal. And so among the things that repealed form, which is referenced here as OMB 2, is a form that also addresses a later section that deals with inactive. And the way that we're just going by the way that the reg is organized now. We're not trying to question whether it's a good way to organize it or good names for things, just what's needed. So first one is referencing the OMB 2, which is the old renewal form. As you'll see in the language when we get to that we've added in consistent with what we've done in the past, which is added a narrative language that takes the place of a form that's incorporated by reference. There's 2 ways we can handle forms. We can either incorporate them by reference, and so then you look at the exact form and approve it as such, or we can add all the requirements and narrative. We've done both in this reg package. So for the renewals, once we're proposing to repeal the old renewal form, we're adding in narrative requirements, not the actual form for that one, but all the other sections we're actually giving you the form to approve. So let's see. So one of the things that we had to clarify is to make sure that this section only applies to active licenses. And in a later section that deals with inactive licenses, we make the clarification that that only applies to inactive license. Existing text didn't make that distinction. Kind of minor, but it's also pretty major. So going to the next section, you might remember the 1636 is continuing medical education documentation. Oh, that is part of that one that just got implemented. But there were changes that we need to reference. So very minor changes to be incorporated into that section. And then at the bottom of 2, the inactive, and then we're deleting practice. and retired licenses. The little minor amendment is deleting practice, but it is kind of, given the last enforcement discussion, important in terms of, like, they're not supposed to be practicing if they're licensed to be inactive. And we were showing that they were practicing. So we use the word practice when it shouldn't, is kind of a misrepresentation. So that's a minor one. This is the section that does officially reference the OMB2 form, which is the renewal. And I'm going to page 3. And so both of these sections, this is the inactive section, and the 1630 is the active renewal section. What you'll see in the language, we mirror both the requirements for both, except for the inactive, obviously, you can't practice, and you don't need CME to be completed. And then still on page 3, 1647, inactive certificate issuance and renewal fees. This one is all about the renewal fees, a little bit about the issuance, but mostly about the renewal fees, because the prior sections have the requirements for renewal, whether inactive or active. And then these fees are cited in 1690, and so that will be something that we'll discuss when you see the language in terms of the fees that are changing versus not changing. I think it's a little easier to see it in the language form. And then I'll pause. Christy, do you have anything you want to add to any of those sections? Okay. Then this is the new section, retired license status. This is one of the new license statuses we're creating, and we're creating a license application for applying for retired license, and then we're creating an application to unretire, to go back to practice, and creating that process, and they will have their own set of fees, which we'll look at specifically in that in the actual wording of the language. And then at the bottom, I guess the headline is 1656 is petition for reinstatement or to modification of penalty. This is also new. It's all new process, new regs, new authority, new fees. And so among the things that will be laid out, I think it's a little bit easier potentially to see this in writing, but highlighting that the board is proposing a review time for these petitions at 120 days. Currently, it's set at 30. We're proposing fees for each different thing, and one of the proposed fees is an adjudication fee, which we're proposing at $20,000. And this would need to be paid and cleared the bank 30 days prior to the board reviewing petitions.
If I might add.
Mhm.
So the prior draft we brought to the board meeting in August only covered the board's staff time for processing petitions. It did not cover the court reporter, the administrative law judge, and the big ticket item, the deputy attorney general's costs, which is pretty substantial. And so the legislation authorizes you to recover all of your costs. So we realized we had an inadvertent error there, and we had left out those significant costs. So those are being brought back for your consideration. And if you look at section 1690, which we'll get to shortly, that's where all the fees are listed. But we actually put the fee amounts on the petition form, which we didn't have previously. So people, when they're filling it out, they know what they're getting themselves into. So they're not filing a petition without understanding that you're going to be asking them to front those costs. If the amount of the costs turns out to be less than 20,000, we've worked in a refund mechanism. So you're going to get actual bills after the hearings are done and everything. You're going to look at that number, and if it's less than 20,000, you're going to give a refund to the petitioner. So but on average, you'll look at the fiscal impact analyses. They're in attachment 6, the last table there. On average, it's $20,000 for you to do a petition hearing. Yes. So just wanted to make sure I highlight that, because that's a huge difference from our last discussions.
And also, just to add to that, it's also on page 4, the second paragraph shows the authority that the board has for setting this fee. And it states that it is the Business and Professions Code 2307.5, enacted by Senate Bill 815, statutes 2023, chapter 294, authorizes the board to, quote, establish a fee to be paid by a person seeking a license, reinstatement, or modification of penalty pursuant to this section. And then B, the fee established shall not exceed the board's reasonable cost to process and adjudicate. So the significance of attachment 6 is those are the tables that justify the workload as well as the adjudication fee. But the board has a clear authority, statutory authority, to set the fee that the board will be considering and approving. So that's an important point that's not actually in the that's not highlighted so much in the language. So at this point, if you turn to page 5, it lists the attachments. The first one being the proposed regulatory language. Attachment 2, adoption form for the retired license, OMB 31, that's new. Attachment 3, adoption of form of application to restore retired license to active status, OMB 32, that's new. Attachment 4 is adoption of the form petition for penalty relief, OMB 7. And you'll note that OMB 7 is shared by multiple sections that relate to petitions to either reinstate or to modify that are separately listed in our regs, but we're going to be proposing to use the same form for that, just a checkbox to distinguish the reasons. And then attachment 5 is a repealer of the OMB 2 form that I mentioned earlier, and Christy pointed out was last revised 1194, and the application for renewal of license, that attachment only repeals the old form, the renewal form, and that's the one, the renewal form is not being proposed as a form, it's being proposed as narrative requirements in our reg, in the language. And then 6 is the fees, the workload fees that are in each of the different spreadsheets. So that, I'm going to go to the attachment 1. And so it would be 1 of 19. I don't know if it's a different one on your, so going down, I don't know what, it doesn't seem, there's a cover sheet in between.
It's
Page what?
page 8, Terry,
Page 8.
of the packet.
Thank you. Okay. So, excuse me. Okay, so here's the regulatory language. As you can see, retired license petitions and fees, 1630. Everything that's underlined is new. Everything that we're deleting is crossed out. So for purposes of this section, we're deleting the reference to a biannual fee is set forth in 1690. The requirements are set forth in this section because we're listing the requirements. If you go down to B and C, you start to get into what those requirements are for that will be the foundation for the current renewal application form. Everything's considered an application. And so these are the requirements going on this page and then the next that will begin to lay out the actual requirements for the renewal. And so let me see, as condition of renewal, for example, in active status, remember this one is dealing with active status, on or before the expiration date or within 5 years after the expiration date of the license, the licensee shall submit a complete renewal application as prescribed by this section, satisfactory documentation of compliance with CME rules as prescribed by 1636, and pay an applicable fee subject specified in sub B. Submit shall mean either delivery by mail or in person at the board's current physical address or on the website or through the board's online portal accessible through the board's website. And then it goes on to say a completed renewal application shall include all of the following, and it starts to list what those requirements are. So in moving through those beginning on page 2, you can start to see the specificity as if it would appear on a form, but we're not making it a form. This provides the board with the flexibility as a reminder that we can, as we need to change the form, we can change it without promulgating regulations. And so one of the key parts of detail that needs to be included in this narrative form is it should include all the anticipated information that we need to process an application. And so that if we change the form, we're not adding a new requirement, so that we can use the existing authority once this is approved to keep changing the forms as needed. So let's see. I don't want to be too redundant because you might have already seen this. Christy, do you want to add anything about the requirements that you added that are important?
Well, I just think, like I was saying, that the goal would be to update the application in a way that you can maintain it, because it doesn't seem like forms are really a good idea incorporated by reference. So when you incorporate a form by reference, you have to keep that form the way it was approved by the Office of Administrative Law without making any changes, including letterhead, governor changes, logo changes. I mean, all that would have to go through the rulemaking process again to update it. So a lot of the boards are moving towards a kind of a more flexible narrative list, because your legal content is in the regulation, but the method of delivery isn't specified. So you have flexibility as to how you want to provide it, whether it's a convenience form or online or whatever. So I think that's what the goal is here, is to, since this is a fairly simple application, just listing it in a narrative format. When it becomes complicated, like you see the petition is a bit complicated there, that's maybe when you want to have a form so that people all are getting the same information in the same way.
Okay, and one of the things that I wanted to draw to your attention on subsection, still on page 2 or on 9, is subsection 11, that we've added more detail about the statement indicating whether the licensee, since their last renewal, has been convicted of, pleaded guilty, pled nolo contendo, any crime including infraction, misdemeanor, or felony in the United States, any district or territory in the United States, or a foreign country. This is new language, but it really pretty much captures all of the scenarios that could be envisioned for applications. And so just wanted to add that is new language, and it's trying to envision all of the scenarios that could come up in terms of asking questions. Because one of the things that is inherent in any kind of government documentation is, one, do you have the authority to require something? And two, where is that authority? These regs are our authority. So when we ask questions on the application, we need authority to be asking them. And so this kind of more detailed authority that doesn't exist in our current regs is really critical and really improves our overall regulations and our processing, so that if, God forbid, we got sued, we would be wanting to have, and this is one of the things Christy looks for, is do we have the authority for everything that we're requiring? And so far we have been. Okay, moving on
Thing
to.
I did want to mention about the conviction section at the bottom of page 2, you'll notice there's a list of things we don't consider a conviction. So in California, the three types of convictions are felonies, misdemeanors, and infractions. And so you'll notice in sub D of paragraph 11 of that page, on that page, the board would be excluding anything includes a fine of 500 or less. That's to avoid getting things like running a red light or traffic infraction that doesn't involve alcohol, dangerous drugs, or controlled substances, because sometimes when someone's arrested for a DUI, they plead down to a reckless conviction and they get a ticket. And so we want to make sure that those kind of convictions, you still got that information about, so you can still investigate whether there's an alcohol or drug abuse problem. And in addition, the other offenses here are listed, which would be an update to your current renewal application to exclude offenses that were adjudicated in juvenile court. Charges are dismissed as a result of a diversion program. If they complete it, the charges are dismissed, so there's no conviction. And then convictions for simple marijuana possession. In California since the 70s, I believe, as long as you didn't get another conviction, then that conviction's supposed to be obliterated from the state record. So we're not supposed to use them in any way, shape, or form after that 2-year benchmark passes. So I think this will help hopefully streamline some of the conviction question issues I know a lot of the boards in the department have been dealing with. So that's what we're doing there. So that was the big, I think for me, the big change, unless Machiko has any others that she would like to talk about. No? Okay.
Okay, moving on to page 3 of the language. I guess it's from counting, doubly counting, it's 10 or 11 in the packet. We have a statement indicating whether license since the last renewal has had any disciplinary actions. And then it specifically, again, includes anything in the United States district or territory, federal agency, or another country. Again, a very comprehensive provision for all scenarios that would be relevant in terms of wanting to know about prior discipline. And then, of course, the statement signed undated by licensee under penalty of perjury, the laws in the state of California that are all statements made in application and any attachments are true and correct. As I'm kind of an aside, with increasingly our processes going electronic and no longer having like wet signatures for things, having very tight regulations and penalty of perjury clauses become that much more important, just because it'll be in the future, I fear, maybe difficult to detect fraud with a lot of the electronic things that are occurring in terms of AI and deep fakes and stuff. People could potentially fake that documentation in terms of graphics. Christy, you're frowning.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that because, I mean, there's a lot of requirements the Secretary of State has established for accepting digital signatures and confirming identity. And I think there's actually a little bit more to me that they have to do as opposed to a wet signature. So I don't think I agree with that assessment. And I think that if people are going to say they didn't sign it, well, they don't renew their license and they lapse. So why would they do that? I mean, so I don't know. I mean, just to be devil's advocate there, but I think that there's lots of ways to validate signatures, both wet and electronic, and the Attorney General's office is kind of adapted to those new evidentiary burdens. So we haven't seen problems with that issue in the department. So, but I think I just, maybe we could ask the board members if they have any questions about any of these.
Oh, this so
changes.
far?
Yeah. Any questions? Nope. Thank you.
Okay, so the next section on page 3 is continuing medical education. Again, this is the existing reg packages that we just got approved, but we needed to add these very minor thing that are underlined in the first paragraph of sub A. And you'll note that I don't think that in looking beyond that, up until page 7, that there are any other changes other than marrying it with as specified in 1630 and renewing an active status for this. So I would, if you want, because we're not making any changes, I would skip to page 7 of the memo, which would be yes, yeah, that looks right. Okay, 1646, we're making a change, including this to reference the retired license in addition to inactive practice. This is the procedure for obtaining inactive certificate or restoration for active status if someone has gotten a retired license approved and wants to return to active status. So we make some deletions referring to the repeal of the OMB2 here. We talk about in compliance with sub B, and then B is here underlined as condition of renewal in an active status on or before the expiration date. It goes on, I'm going to flip the page. You need to submit an inactive application as prescribed by this subsection. And so this is both a inactive and inactive renewal section and a the retired license status section. But this part of the underlined is the details that are going into the new renewal form. And so we're not incorporating it by reference. All of this underlined is wording that lays out the requirements that the form that we use in Breeze and in the future would be based on these underlined requirements. For the inactive license, or the retired license, excuse me, the retired license, whether you're becoming a retired licensee or restoring it, that's going to have its own application that we'll look at later. But these are the underlying provisions that are the requirements that sort of underpin the current license renewal application. Do you want to add anything, Christy? Okay. Questions about any of the underlined sections? Now, because this is the inactive version of the renewal, this is very much mirrors what we saw in the 1630, but this one is for inactive, so it is minus the compliance with the CMEs and not allowing for practice. Okay, so on page 9 of the proposed language, you'll see where the underlines stop, and that's existing language. And going on to page 10, 1647 inactive certificate, renewal and fees. This section is referring to the fee section, which is our section 1690, and it specifies that inactive certificates shall be upon payment of the non-refundable, so we're adding non-refundable, inactive certificate renewals fees that's set forth in 1690. Any applicable non-refundable delinquent fees, also non-refundable is added there for delinquent fees that have been assessed by the board as specified in sub B, the submission of a complete inactive renewal application as set forth in the requirements of 1646. And Then there's just reiteration of what happens if you fail to pay the fee on time, that would trigger a delinquent fee, also set forth in 1690. Any questions? Christy? No? Okay. Page 11. This is one of the new license status,
have a question.
retired license status? Yes.
And maybe this isn't the place for it because maybe it has to do with this other policy. The CME requirements for these inactive or active license renewals or reapplications, I understand we're a DO board and there's always the specification for AOA category 1A CME hours. And I fully understand that, but in some hyper subspecialized fields, the AOA doesn't offer a lot of CME. Like if someone is a head and neck surgeon or skull-based surgeon or does just acoustic nerve schwannoma resections, it almost sometimes becomes an exercise in just going to some random CME course to get your credits, even though what's being taught at those conferences may have zero bearing on what you do, because you can't get AOA approved credit. So you end up going to like pediatrics and OB-GYN lectures at your local Marriott or something that which is fine. I guess someone's making money off it, but sometimes it becomes an exercise in dumbness for just to check a box. And has there been any discussion ever about finding equivalency outside of AOA approved CME? I know in other states, some other states, I've worked in Michigan and Texas, which have a lot of DOs, but their boards are sort of combined, at least in Texas for sure, where you have to ideally meet a certain amount of AOA credits, but otherwise, if you can't, so long as you show a plethora of continuing medical education within, relevant to your field, it also counts. For primary care, it's usually very easy to find AOA, but sometimes when you get into hyper subspecialized areas, if you're going to the best conferences to get the best education, it's not done by the AOA.
So we're not covering CME in this reg proposal. You might want to put that on an agenda item for a future item and to discuss dedicated CE. There's, I don't know, 15, 20 statutes that allow this board to dedicate CME in specific categories and define it. So as far as AOA acceptance, though, that's a statutory issue. So again, I don't know, you probably want to put that on a future agenda item to look at, because we're not touching those sections here, because we're just trying to focus on a fee increase for this package. And then, like I said, there's other statutory issues that probably would need to be addressed to do that. But I think we've talked about, and at least some of the commenters in our last rulemaking talked about the fact they'd like to have a dialogue about it. So that would, something be good for a future agenda.
Okay. Let's see, I think for I don't think there's anything else to highlight in the 1647, so I would move from page 10. I think I did move there for some reason. I looked back when you made the comment. 1648 is the retired license status. That's one of the new statuses. This is the language that lays out requirements for that retired license status. We do have a form or forms. The form to apply for the retired license status would be the OMB 31, and a form to apply to restore the license from retired to active status would be an OMB 32. So this is a combination of, we needed, since it's a new section, we needed to provide some kind of requirements and outline as to what would be required for this particular form. And this also gives the backbone for the proposed OMB 31 and OMB 32. And I'm just looking over the language to see if there's anything that jumps out at me to highlight.
I think it's largely, it's the same form you saw last time with a date, revision date changed to today's month to coincide with the board meeting. We also changed references on the form from continuing competency to continuing medical education, because that's what how you classify it throughout your regulations. We just wanted to be consistent there. And then the cross-reference to the fingerprinting requirement was changed to Business and Professions Code 2042, because that's the new law that was enacted by SB 160 that will go into effect in January 1st. We just wanted to make sure that we had updated your fingerprinting authority, which is a more comprehensive authority than the one that we cited to previously. And then I think we conformed the formal discipline question to the way you've asked it on your other applications. So I don't think there were any major changes, Ms. Thorfinson, to this
Yeah,
section.
to this particular language, when we look at the forms, that's where the fingerprints will end up. And since, as I pointed out, we're having you review and approve the forms themselves, it's okay to have language in those forms because those forms become part of the regulatory language. And the fingerprint language is in that form. Okay, so moving from page 11 to page 12. I would move to the 1656 petitions for reinstatement or modification of penalty. This is also new, and this is like the retired license and the restoring from retired license. This petition also has a form, but it also has a sort of background, backbone structure to this section since it's new, to reference what it is, what the requirements are, the fees. So one of the things it refers to in the first paragraph, sub A, is Form OMB 7, which is incorporated by reference, shall include non-refundable petition for reinstatement application fee that is specified in our fee section 1690, or non-refundable modification of penalty application fee set forth also in 1690, and wherever applicable meets the requirements of section sub C. Okay, and so if you go down, sub C, it says at least 2 verified recommendations. The only reason you're seeing underlines is because this would be language that the board already approved. The petition for reinstatement shall meet the following requirements prior to submission of OMB 7. If you flip the page to 13, you start to see the sections underlined, sub A, sub B, sub C. Fingerprint being the ones that are highlighted in these 3 sections, and the provisions that are required for both fingerprints as well as that are required for the application themselves. And then then our address, sub D at the bottom, and E, applicants submitting will have to, that have submitted under C, will have to have their second fingerprints submitted to the DOJ on behalf of the board. Petitioners for reinstatement through live scan set forth a name must follow the instructions. So the bottom line is, even though they have been fingerprinted for their license, for purpose of the petition, they need to be re-fingerprinted again, is the gist of this language. And page 14, E, fees paid to the board as required by this section are listed in OMB 7, which you'll see on the form itself. Let's see what else. And then among the things that is provided here in, let's start with F, sub F. If the payment is made in accordance with subsection E, the petition is not withdrawn by the petitioner or rejected by the board for failing to meet the requirements set forth in section 2307 of the code, for this section, the petitioner shall be provided written notice that the board has accepted the petition for hearing. So we're providing that as a process that the board will provide petitioners with written notice. And then we talk about that written notice in 1. Written notice shall include that A, the petition has been accepted by the board to be set for hearing. The matter will be set for the petition hearing before an administrative law judge assigned by the OAH upon payment to the board of an applicable fee to adjudicate the petition for reinstatement or modification penalty as set forth in 1690. C, the payment must be made and cleared for deposit of funds within 90 days of the date the board sent the written notification of acceptance of the petition fee. Okay, so this one, I'm calling attention to this because there's 2 fees. If you begin the petition, that's 1 fee. Okay, if the petition's approved, then you come to the point that there is a second fee, which is the adjudication fee. And as Christy pointed out, that's new. We had inadvertently skipped that in the August draft. And that fee is only after the board approves the actual petition fee and all the requirements and stuff. And because it's, well, not because of, but there's a provision, because we often get bad checks, is that we have a provision that it has to clear, the funds have to clear within 90 days. And so that is a requirement. So we don't there's no ambiguity about whether someone's entitled to a hearing or not. If they paid the fee, the bank has cleared the funds, they're entitled to the hearing. If they haven't, or the board rejects their initial application, that first fee is non-refundable, and the second fee is subject to what we are putting in there as a review to demonstrate full transparency of the costs that we're charging, which we're proposing to be $20,000, that if the reasonable cost is less than $20,000, we will refund the adjudication fee only. Questions on that part?
What is the preliminary fee, the first fee? The dollar amount?
I have to look ahead for that.
Listed as right above the fee. It's in your
Page
fee-
18, if
page
you look at the
18.
text, so the application, for the petition for reinstate application fee starts at L. That's 2,800. For M, it's modification of penalty, it is 1,500. So there's differences in workload depending on, reinstatements take a lot more work than the modification of penalty. So those are just for your staff costs. The next ones would be, the adjudication fee would be for the other costs we discussed previously.
And is there opportunity for any physician to claim a financial hardship if they've already lost their license? Or let's say they're military and they don't make a ton of money, or what if they simply can't afford $2,800 and $1,500 and $20,000?
Well, I mean, this is a policy call for the board, but the board supported the legislation to recover all of its costs for its petition hearings. And so it would be difficult to determine what that hardship way would look like, but you would essentially be giving up the money required to process that petition. So I think the philosophy behind the recovery of the cost is that the person who's actually using the service should pay for the fee. Because if they don't pay for the fee, then that cost is distributed amongst the existing licensees and they essentially pay for it through their fee payments. And so all the other applicants we have pay their application fee to get a license. So it's the same thing we're doing on that side. They're paying for the application that they're filing because they're the ones that are going to get the benefit of that service. So that's the idea behind the cost recovery there, because it's an application fee. They pay for the fee because that's the service they're requesting.
Just to add that this is discretionary. If somebody wants to, petition to reinstate, they don't necessarily have a right to. This is a cause of action that they could pursue. Same thing with modifying penalties, is the board's already set their penalty. So to petition to modify their penalty is something that this is providing a pathway for that, but it is discretionary because they've already agreed to either through stipulation or being ordered through the final order, the set amount of their penalty. So this is what the board was finding, if you recall, in prior discussions, and what Christie's saying is that these petitions were costing the board a lot of money, and it was a black hole for expenditures in enforcement. And so we're trying to, and the legislature, in including this in SB 815, recognized that. They basically said that if this is something that's an expenditure, the board has the right to recover a reasonable fee for it. And so this is just putting words to that process and creating this, both the fee and the procedure.
I understand, but it
Mhm.
sounds, you're saying, Chrissy, you're saying that by putting the financial burden on the applicant for the petition or the licensure reinstatement, we are avoiding fee increases on the rest of the practicing community.
Correct.
But earlier, we heard that we want to increase fees to the maximum already allowed so that we can then go to the legislature and ask for even more. So at what point do we stop asking for fees?
Well, we haven't ever recovered, the board has never actually recovered its cost for petitions. So we don't know what that's going to look like down the road. What we know now, according to the budget office, is that you're going into you're in a structural imbalance, actually. You're spending more money than you're taking in. So the goal with this proposal was to try to plug as many holes as possible so we could stabilize the revenue stream and then see whether fee increases are necessary. So if we start recovering all of our costs, maybe fee increases won't be necessary, but you want to have the ability to make that decision if you have to. And I think what we're talking about going to the legislature and doing is just increasing the cap. That doesn't automatically mean that there would be a fee increase as a result of that legislation. It would just authorize you to do that if you had to. So I think the goal with this proposal is, like I said, to recover as much revenue as possible under your current authority and see whether you have to do any future fee increases. You may not need to. But I think for now, that's what the recommendation is from the budget office, correct?
That is correct, Christy. And Dr. Lockman, just to give you an idea, we haven't raised our fees for over 2 decades. I want to say the last, Terry, you mentioned
94.
that in 94 was the last time that we've raised any of our fees. So it's been a long time. And we are, in the budget report, as you saw, we are projected to be in the deficit. A good number to be at in terms of months in reserve is above 5, and we're projected to be at 1 in 2027 when we go in front of the legislator. So we're trying to do all of these. We're trying to recuperate statutorily everything that we're able to right now, so that if we do have the requirement to raise our fees at a later time, the legislator can say, we can go in front of the legislator and say, we've done everything possible based on what we are able to collect right now to try to avoid a fee increase. But we don't know that. We're hoping that that's not going to be the cause. But at the rate that we're going with, fees increasing, more enforcement action being taken, this is where we're headed. And so all of these things that we're trying to do today, and the reason why I asked both Christy and Terry to move this packet forward, which is the fees, knowing that we still have to correct a couple of other things for the application, is because we can't hold off any longer. We're in that situation where any collection of fees that we can possibly collect right now is necessary for us to sustain.
So the scope of this is just the raising the fees to the max. After the next discussion where we actually propose a fee, that's the discussion that what you're talking about. We'll have new tables workload, expenses to justify the increase that we would be going to the legislature with. So that's sort of a separate discussion, but it will come, and it will come soon. This discussion is limited to just raise the justification for raising the fees to the max. But I think Erica's point that this board, probably unlike any other board, has not raised its fee for so long that it's really an anomaly. And it's finally come to the point with a budget imbalance and that it needs to be addressed. And the steps for that are first raising all the fees that are not at statutory maximum to be at a statutory maximum. That's the scope of this proposed language and fee package. And then in the legislature for the oversight, then proposing anything beyond that, that will be also a separate board discussion requiring separate board approval, and that'll be in the form of the oversight report that the board will have to review and approve before we submit, just to keep it in steps and an idea. It's not all one big step. Does that make sense?
Sure, staying in the black makes sense. I know I'm here for free today. Dr. Swain's here, Dr. Patel's here for free. We heard earlier that the Deputy Attorney General is the large cost. What's the discussion been with the Deputy Attorney General for them to provide their services for free? Any?
I'm not aware of any, but I mean, the way that it's set up, we're legally, they're the attorneys we need to use. And the way that the funding mechanism is they charge us for their services. And there isn't any way for us to appeal the billing. There used to be, it was removed years ago when we got in a billing dispute with them. So the government code was amended so that we really can't contest the bill that we get unless we know there's out and out fraud. And I've, caught a few things, but
I'm aware nationally I'm aware of the reputation California has nationally for imposing fees on everyone for practically breathing the California air. And so when we have these discussions, I hear my friends in other states going, you see, and their states run seemingly well. So but I understand we need to stay in the black, but I just don't hear anything about not
Yeah.
charging more fees ever.
well, the board did support the legislation when it went through in 2023 to get its costs. So we're just trying to implement what we thought was the board's policy previously approved by the board.
Yeah, and I would say, from year to year, one of the big drivers in our expenditures are some implementing new legislation. And one of the things that our bill analysis has to include is what the cost is for implementation and workload. And even though a particular bill might not generate a full person to be able to be authorized to be funded and staff to hire, there'll be percentages. And so one of the things that those bill percentages add up to is to be able to justify in the oversight discussion about how much legislative costs are driving staffing, new responsibilities that the board has to by law implement. That all takes workload and staffing. And then the other driver is enforcement, which is very costly. Probably the most costly function the board does is enforcement and all the different aspects of enforcement. And you see that, and you'll see that in attachment 6, laying out the individual estimates of workload and what those generate in terms of expenditures. And so all of those charts are documenting for you to look at how much is it costing to do business, particularly with enforcement, since this is the nature of this particular fee that we're proposing, the amounts being based on the reasonable cost. Mochko, do you want to add anything? No? Okay. Okay, so we are at, let's see, I mentioned sub 1, I'm still on page 14. Sub 2, the purposes of this section, reasonable costs include the costs charged by the Attorney General, the Office of Administrative Hearings for review, preparing, and participating in the hearing, and any certified shorthand reporter service related to the preparation of the transcript on the hearing for either a petition for reinstatement, petition for modification of penalty, as applicable, and the cost charged by the OAH for preparation and transmission of petition decisions after the hearing. Significance of that paragraph is detailing all of the costs that are eligible to be considered as reasonable costs for the fee that we're proposing. Going on to sub 3, within 120 days of the date of a petitioner's hearing on their petition, the board shall provide the petitioner a fee payment statement detailing the following. We made reference to this earlier. Here's the specific requirement laid out. And then it has sub A under that section. Reasonable costs incurred by the board in adjudicating their petition calculated in accordance with 1690. And B, if the costs incurred by the board are less than initially required to be paid to adjudicate the petition as specified in subsection F1, a statement detailing the refund that will be provided and an anticipated date when the refund will be issued. Now, this is an important section because we don't have to put this in, okay? The board is doing this to be overly reasonable and to demonstrate with full transparency that we are only charging reasonable fees. And so there was some kind of pause in offering this up because it's not a requirement, but to kind of, demonstrate that the board is only charging what is reasonable in terms of their own costs. We added this to the section for the adjudication because it seems like, well, where did the board come up with it? Well, as you'll see in attachment 6, it's based on actual costs that the board has incurred. So you'll see that it's justified, but then to go another step further to be able to assure that somebody that is petitioning that they are really paying the actual costs that the board has, we are guaranteeing that we will give them a statement that then details whether the cost was $20,000 and if less, how much, and that would be the amount that we'd refund. So that's an extraordinary provision that we are adding, I think, sort of both out of fairness and transparency. So I wanted to not gloss over that particular provision because we don't have to do that. So changing next page, page 15, G, sub G, failure to comply with the requirements of this section shall result in a petition being rejected by the board as incomplete. Written notice of such rejection and reasons therefore shall be provided to the petitioner upon the board's determination that the petition has not met the requirements of this section. Okay, so this is also somewhat of a discretionary provision to provide written notice, but I think it's good business to do so. So we're adding this also as well, this provision of written notice, page 15, on that. Okay, so then page 15 to the next section, petitions for reinstatement of certificates restricted or revoked due to mental or physical illness. You'll notice OMB 7 is referenced here. I told you the difference for the petitions, same form. You just check which one you are, which category, whether you are modifying your penalty or you're wanting to reinstate your penalty from a revocation. These are the provisions for the petition for reinstatement as opposed to modification of penalty. And among the things, it talks about the fee being in 1690, using the OMB 7 form. And then all petitioners for reinstatement shall meet the following requirements. Live scans are under subsection C, subsection 1, 2, and then on page 16 goes back, same provisions that were required of the modification of penalty requirements for live scan and fingerprints. Even though you're fingerprinted in your, when you initially got licensed for purposes of this petition, you also need to re-fingerprint. And this is the provision for that. Let's see. I guess the other thing about the details is because the first fee is non-refundable, we want to have full transparency of what exactly do you need as a petitioner to be deemed by the board to have completed the petition. So that's what the detail of this, on all this underline, is about, the relevance. And so there's no hide and seek in terms of the board receiving a petition and denying it. These are the requirements that are set forth. And if they're met, the board will approve that and give notice of the completion and the move to the next step, which is the adjudication fee. Same 120 days provision in sub 3, failure to comply, F, same provisions. Any questions, or before I move to the fee section, Christy, you want to add anything? Nope. Okay. So on page 18 is the fee section, which makes it a little bit easier to look at the amounts. You can see the ones that are getting crossed out with a new amount versus the ones that are staying the same, like the fictitious name permits. Those don't have any crossouts or underlined. The new ones that just are underlined are new. So you can see the retired license fee application, $200. You did approve that at the August board meeting. Same thing with K, application to restore the retired license, $400. You did approve that. The board did approve the petition for reinstatement fee at $2,800. And the petition of modification of penalty fee of $1,500, also approved at the August meeting. What's different is N, the required fee to adjudicate a petition or reinstatement or modification pursuant, and that's a little bit misleading, but it's pursuant to those section, $20,000 unless the petitioner is entitled to a decrease in fee as provided in subsection O, which is the next section, in which case the fee required to adjudicate the petition shall be calculated and provided in the subsection. Okay, so what is the process? Oh, so the board shall provide each petitioner an itemized invoice that shows the initial determination by the board of the reasonable cost for adjudicating their petition expressed in total dollar value. If the total dollar value of the board's reasonable fees is less than the amount set forth in subsection N, then the final fee required to adjudicate a petition shall be reduced to the total value number and reflected in the invoice provided the petitioner and refunded as pursuant to 1656 and 58. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that you still have to pay the fee up front. The adjudication fee of $20,000 is due to move the process on. There isn't at that point any negotiation about that fee. The maybe paying less comes after the fact, after the hearing, after the costs are incurred. The board will look at the cost of that petition and hearing and everything involved with that, provide a detailed invoice of how much it costs the board to do that petition and whether it's the less than 20,000, and that amount that it would be less would be what the board would refund them. So that's what this language essentially puts in place.
And so just to clarify, everyone that goes through a petition process and under this new process would get an invoice, and they would see how much their petition hearing costs the board. And then if their petition costs were less than 20,000, they would get the refund of the difference.
And to be clear, if the cost is more than 20,000, then the board would.
Eat it, essentially.
yeah.
Yeah, you would absorb it. And so again, this is new. You implement it, you see if you're comfortable with that number, and if you want to change it, you can. It's what's great about regulations. You can always change it. But that would be based on, hopefully you get data to see how the numbers are shaking out and if they change.
So to John's question, the significance of why we'd say no if it's more than 20,000 is because if the board approves the 20,000, that is the max. So we don't have the authority as staff to refund beyond 20,000 essentially. So that's
But we
why
couldn't
if it
charge,
goes
you
above
couldn't
it,
charge above 20,000. It would just be, they would submit the $20,000 check and then they would get a refund if it was less than
less
20,000.
than only.
That's it.
Okay, so that is the end of the narrative language. And if you go to the next couple of pages, the attachment 2 cover sheet is the application for retired license 31.
Terry, I think we can go ahead and just move on. We kind of, you covered all the changes with the memo.
Okay.
Pretty good. And maybe we
Okay.
can just open it up for questions at this time.
Okay.
If that's okay. Of any of the attachments to the memo, we can definitely answer questions. Again, some of these forms you previously reviewed in the August meeting. We talked about some of the changes we did to them. But of most interest is this petition penalty relief costs that we can definitely answer questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from the board from what we just heard? Okay, are there any comments?
I don't know if anyone's amenable to making a motion, but if you agree with the changes, the motion would be on page 5 of the memo, motion A,
Motion A, should I read it?
please.
So motion A, if we are not suggesting any changes for the proposed regulatory text, it would then be to approve the proposed regulatory text in attachments 1 through 5, including the adoption and repeal of the forms incorporated by reference in attachments 2 through 5, and to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive director to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any substantive changes to the text and
Sorry, non-substantive.
non-substantive, is my thing wrong?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Sorry, I lost. Oh, non-substantive changes, sorry, to the text and the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive director to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed for 16 CCR sections 1630, 1636, 1646, 1647, 1648, 1656, 1658, and 1690. That is the motion. And I need someone to take the motion.
Do I have to repeat all that?
Or
I would
do
move
we
that we.
need comment from the public first?
Oh,
To the motion first? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I would move for motion A as just read by the president.
I'll second.
Great. Okay. Now we'll move to, are there any comments from members of the public in the room?
Holly McCris, Executive Director, Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons of California. That was a lot. Thank you. I do appreciate that we'll have 45 days to respond and to have a hearing. I'm sure that there'll be some comments and questions that our membership have. And there's some clarification I'm sure that we'll need with some of the language that's in there. I already have some questions from others, and I'm sure that's part of that 45-day hearing, correct? Thank you. The items that are at the end of the packet that have the fees outlined, the three little boxes, can you just explain which one of these areas that you talked about, what aligns with that? So the fee for 2,000 whatever, which part of that discussion that we just had, where does that fee apply? Is it part of the, is that the fee to submit for a hearing? Is it the fee that once a hearing is approved? Which fee goes with what?
You mean for the petition or for, is that
So-
what the,
Sure. It's like the last 3 pages, I do believe. So there's the physician and surgeon original or reciprocal certificate, or reciprocity, sorry, certificate application fee of $518. And then there's other things in here too. Sorry. There's a lot of documents.
Are you talking about the petition hearings? Okay, so the last 3 tables in attachment 6, the first 2 of the last 3 deal with the application workload for the staff to process the application. So those are the costs captured there.
Okay.
The last table covers the costs basis for requiring people to pay the adjudication fee to get the hearing held and adjudicated before.
Can you go back to your first 2 pages?
Yeah.
Thank you. So these 2 pages, one is to submit the application for.
Yeah, these 2 are to submit because one is for reinstatement and one is for modification of
Forward.
penalty.
Okay.
Because reinstatements are very expensive
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot more background investigations, there's fingerprinting, there's a lot of other stuff they have to do. The staff has to do to process that application to determine whether it's eligible to be approved for a hearing.
Okay.
Once they're approved for a hearing, they get a letter saying, you've been approved, your application's been approved, you will need to submit this $20,000 fee. You may get a refund if your fee hearing costs are less, blah, blah, blah. It's all outlined in the reg.
But those
And
are
that-
the 2 fees. Those are the 2 fees that were asked about, that there were 2 fees that would be implemented with this hearing process. So the 2
No.
pages are the 1 fee.
The 2 pages are the application fees.
Okay. And the
One
other
for
one is the-
reinstatement, one for modification of penalty. So
Okay.
that's the staff time.
Got it.
The last table in the packet in item 6 covers what the cost would be, how we calculated the
For the hearing.
$20,000 fee average for hearing costs and why we're charging the $20,000 fee.
Thank you. That's where I was confused. So I appreciate it.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you.
Mhm.
Moderator, do we have any questions from members of the public online?
Let's find out if this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment or ask a question, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Calling users can press *3 to raise their hand. And if you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options. Are there any requests for comment? I do not see any requests. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Okay, great. So this was an action item. We need to do a roll call. Machiko?
Cora Damian,
Aye.
John Cummins,
Aye.
Brett Lockman,
Aye.
Mesh Patel,
I
Denise Pines,
Aye.
Matthew Swain.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you all and have a great Thanksgiving.
thank you. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Christy.
Moving to agenda item 15, discussion on legislation, and Terry will continue on this report.
Okay. So I provided a table that lists the status of bills at the end of the session. This is a two-year session, so I've listed ones that are part of that two-year session versus ones that were voted and enrolled and either signed by the governor or approved. I wanted to highlight just a few of these. The AB 432 was the mandatory CME menopause insurance coverage for menopause treatment. That was vetoed by the governor. And in that bill, the veto message, the governor was concerned with the way that the bill was requiring the coverage, I think, of the treatment plan. So I think he was concerned with the interaction of the law requiring certain benefits versus the utilization management function of health insurance companies. So that was called out. No mention on the CME as the reason. It was all about the insurance costs and how it would interact with insurance companies' ability to manage. So that was vetoed. AB 742, Elawari, this is the expedite license for applications for descendants of slaves, vetoed. Okay, now the reason I'm discussing this is because this was tied to a watch bill that we had. If you look at I think, let's see, our watch bill number, which is the last one on the watch list, which is SB 518. That was signed into law. Now, we didn't take a position, just to refresh your memory, on that bill because it dealt mostly with reparation and not really CME or not really expediting a particular application. But that one got signed, and as a precursor, that one had to be signed before the governor would consider the expediting. But in the veto message, governor vetoed this in the similar messages about expediting, that he's concerned that if you expedite all different categories, eventually expedite becomes diluted and really not functional. So it was the AB 742 was vetoed because of the concern that the governor had about having too many expedite categories, essentially. And, you know, last year, the concern was that we didn't have the mechanism to determine whether someone was eligible for an expedite. And that bill was signed, but that bill is so much more than the expedite of an application. So that bill stands, but the governor is still concerned about the issues, and this has happened for the last maybe 3 years, showed up in veto messages, a concern about expediting more categories of licensures. So that's the reason that bill was vetoed. Questions on either of those two bills before I move on? Then I wanted to highlight AB 489. This is the AI in healthcare, deceptive terms or letters and posting of professionals. That was signed into law. And this one, although the title doesn't really give away what it's trying to do, this one was the one that was responsive to a New York Times article, op-ed that highlighted the use of AI for counseling, and that in 2 cases, people were patients of an AI bot and committed suicide. And so the concern that the legislature had is, one, that bots, AI, are posing as licensed professionals, and that there's a harm already, you know, a track record of harm in this, so it wasn't harmless. So this bill was signed into law, and so that will be one of the other AI regulations. We don't have a lot of them, but this will be another one of those that limits the use of AI, generative AI, in terms of providing medical or counseling treatment. And the idea is as AI and telemedicine increasingly, expand into the practice field, there needs to be this distinction. And I was kind of surprised that we had to have a bill about it, but evidently people are using it through telemedicine. That's the only way you could do the bot, to provide counseling. And there are counseling that you can get through telemedicine. So just to be clear that that couldn't be used as a substitute for a licensed professional. Now, the AI can be used to transcribe in that kind of any kind of visit in California with consent of the patient. And so this bill is specifically prohibiting bots posing as licensed professionals. So that was signed. And let's see, on page 2, SB 508, which we oppose, this was the telemedicine expansion. That one is, as I reported, no longer relevant because it was gutted and amended into something different. So that is no longer a proposal, which is good for us. That was really an expansive scope of practice proposal for telemedicine and exempting telemedicine from licensure. So that's good that that did not succeed. The committee was very key in, I think, limiting that bill. Sometimes the committees are, policy committees in the legislature are very heavy-handed if they consider it a bad policy, and in this case, they did. So we are grateful for that. And AB 460, radiologist technicians and direct supervision. This was also signed. You'll note that we oppose this. This was a bill that, yes, it dealt with radiological technologists, but it focused on scope of practice and whether they would allow telemedicine for a doctor that's required to supervise these particular staff, allow them to supervise them through telemedicine. Then the specific case for this was brought by physicians in Kern County who just didn't have enough radiologists to go around. And so they wanted the ability to supervise radiologists all over the county through telemedicine. And we oppose this because we didn't think it was a good way to, radiologists, technologists are not really trained for emergencies, and we didn't think that telemedicine was a good substitute, but this bill was signed. And so it allows, not just in Kern County, but everywhere, that radiologists could be supervised by telemedicine.
I mean, radiation technologists can be supervised by a radiologist elsewhere?
Yes, yes. But in a lot of scope of practice with the kind of the general policy backdrop is that the less trained on the totem pole, so to speak, of trained professionals, the lower that is, they usually requires a physician supervision. Okay, so radiologists would be supervising radiology techs. And that level of supervision was always, and it's changing now with the scope of practice and physician shortages, it's being challenged as like, well, maybe you don't need to have them in the same room. That was one level. And then, maybe you don't need to have them, like maybe they could be virtual. That's what this bill was proposing. And then there was a provision that was added that the hospitals or the clinics that allowed for these radiological, procedures to occur, they had to have somebody that was available as a physician on site. And they wouldn't necessarily have to be a radiologist. They would just have to be a physician. And although the amendments were trying to address the concern about the safety, it didn't change the needle for us because it still was not a radiologist that was doing the supervising. And so if there was an emergency that was really related to radiology, is any physician, even though they're licensed to have a plenary license, are they really going to be able to pinch hit in that situation? And I think that, when I see the governor signing this kind of bill, he's obviously listening to rural areas that are crying out because of a physician shortage. And the Republican legislators are bringing bills for scope of practice, which really change, from a policy perspective, the requirements for practicing medicine pretty dramatically in supervision situations. And this is not the end. This is just one of many examples of scope of practice changes that are in response to physician shortages. In particular, rural areas, I think, is where it occurs the most. And it's not that their shortages are not real. It's, as we discussed in opposing it, is do we want to cave to the requirement that just because there's a shortage or an alleged shortage of physicians, should we just, give up on the original standard of care, which those particular staff should be directly supervised by a physician? And this board said no, but the governor obviously was convinced otherwise. So, let's see, another one that was, those are the ones signed. Oh, one that we did take a position on, they got vetoed, kind of a surprise. On page 2, the top of it is SB 641, which is the delegated emergency authority for delegating the authority to create immediate, more expedited waivers and license exemptions if there is an emergency. And, in reading the veto message really didn't, well, here's what the veto message, there were 2 parts of the bill. One was our delegating authority to boards part, and the other one was a real estate part. And the governor felt like, we did okay the last time around without this exemption, so I think we'll be okay, without granting this delegated authority to boards. But the real killer for that one was the language on the, he didn't like the language on the real estate provisions. And so that pretty much torpedoed this particular bill, which I thought would have been signed, but it wasn't. So we don't have, going forward, that kind of authority to waive. It'll be, I guess, the same way that it has been, which is the governor declares a state of emergency, and then for our Department of Consumer Affairs, the director would take the lead on taking and considering and making final decisions on waivers, license waivers or exemptions during an emergency, and the boards would be not active in making those decisions because they don't have the authority. And one of the bills under our watch bill list, the first one, AB 50, Bonta, pharmacy and furnishing contraceptives, is one that added authority for other than physicians that were not included in the other bills in the past years related to handling contraceptives. So that was signed into law, and I think those are the ones that I wanted to highlight as to particularly the vetoed ones, what the governor's message was and why. Any questions on these bills? Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a question about
Okay.
485. Labor Commissioner, unsatisfied judgment, non-payment of wages. To whom, I haven't read that bill. To whom does that apply?
That does apply to, well, oddly enough, okay, you think labor commissioner, so that just deals with the labor commissioner and complaints that the labor commissioner kind of adjudicates. Well, this law was, and it's held under submission, so it could come back next year as a 2-year bill. This would allow the labor commissioner for judgments that include denial of major wage claims, basically not paying their employees. There are a number of violations that under the labor code that could be violated, but this bill was targeting unpaid labor wages as one that they would utilize the boards and licensing boards to be able to hold license renewals for unpaid judgments related to this. So
A physician who's maybe not paying their laborers, their
yeah, I
staff.
guess, yeah, I guess.
It's not hospitals not paying the doctors.
Let's see. Well, no, because the hospitals are not under the boards. They don't have jurisdiction, the only ones, so they're only doing it for whatever boards would license and have jurisdiction over licensees. Sort of like child support is what there's, like child support, there's a law that if their child support is not paid, someone cannot have their license renewed. This is the same, bill is trying to set up the same thing. But yes, it is limited to licensees, and we don't license or anybody under any of the department. Well, I guess like public health does technically license hospitals and facilities, but I don't think I don't know, they'd have to add that to the bill if they wanted them to be in on it. But it was DCA-oriented boards that have licensees, the 34 plus boards that they were looking to leverage the not being able to renew the license as a basis for non-payment. And the idea was it was targeting egregiousness of the non-payment, so that in terms of the analysis, I didn't see anything that said an amount has to be over the nature. I'm guessing if this bill was brought, but I don't know, is that there's, I guess, a lot of problems with non-payment of workers. And so they're trying to find leverage for getting them paid. And this would have been, so that would add to our boards, and it would be probably like well, it looked like it might be a little different than child support. Child support is pretty much out of the board's control completely. This one might actually go through Erica, for example, or any executive directors in terms of discretion, but didn't look like there was much discretion. It was basically once the order from the commissioner was final, then, the board's involvement would be in trying to leverage different ways to satisfy that judgment.
Thank you. I just asked because there's been a number of cases lately of where hospitals around the country have contracted with various companies that basically run the emergency rooms. And then typically it's private equity, and then the private equity declares bankruptcy. And then there's physicians who are left with 1 or 2 months worth of unpaid wages. And they have to try to go to, but now they've lost their job, and all they have to do is spend $100,000 to get back their 50.
Right. Yeah, so the labor, that would be because of the labor nature, that would be the jurisdiction of the labor commissioner. But in terms of enforcement, the legislature would have to find someone that could enforce the employer, because the hospitals aren't licensed per se. They are kind of approved, and they're accredited, but there isn't that same connection like there is with professional licenses.
Are there any additional comments from members of the board? Okay, are there any comments from members of the public in the room? Moderator, are there any comments from the public online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment, you can look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And that hand icon might be behind the three dot other options if you are on a mobile device. And each speaker will have 3 minutes with a 15-second warning. Any comments? I do not see any requests. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Thorfinson, for the back-to-back presentation. It's very thorough. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on agenda item 16, which is future agenda items. There is an agenda, or a presentation rather, that we're going to have in our January meeting on physician-patient relationship. So we're going to have a presentation in January on that. Is there any other future agenda items that anyone wants to have?
Yep. Dr. Lockman brought up a great point on CME. It would be good to revisit this and maybe have a panel discussion. I was at the FSMU national meeting, and there was a great panel discussion with the ACCME, the AOA, AMA, all the accreditors of CME. So just to give some background, I want to make clear that I'm very proud of my profession as an osteopathic physician. But I recognize that we, have to be willing to adapt to change as our profession is evolving. And historically, the majority of DOs have practiced in primary care, but this is changing more and more, just like Dr. Lockman had kind of brought up earlier. This makes CME really difficult to obtain for people that are specialized in, very super specialized areas, because just to give everybody background that's not an osteopathic physician here, to maintain our licensure, we need those 50 AOA credits. But our colleagues that are MDs, they have choice in what CME they're able to get. They can go to AMA accredited, CMEs. They can get CME from ACCME. There's more choice, whereas we are very limited in the scope of the type of CME that we can consume. And this can be cost prohibitive too, because a lot of the AOA CMEs that we obtain are at these conferences that cost thousands of dollars too. So I think it's time to have a discussion and basically review the current state of CME and what this board could potentially do to help our licensees in obtaining CME in a more fair fashion. We've made progress in that we've reduced the amount of AOA CMEs that is required for licensure, but I think we have a way to go. So I mean that's my 2 cents. But I mean, I would envision maybe having a panel discussion with leaders from the AOA, from ACCME, and perhaps CMA too.
Dr. Patel, I just want to clarify, your requirement for AOA submission is not 50 hours, it's only 20.
That's right.
So it's substantially less than
That's why I said
that.
we made progress from going to 50 to
But
20.
when it does come to CME acceptance here at the board, we do not grant CME. We're merely accepting what AOA attests to being AOA CME. So, I mean, we can definitely put that on.
Right.
on.
But do we have the ability to change that? Can we change it so that we don't have to require AOA CME, which I know sounds radical, but other states that have, dual boards, they allow their DO physicians not to have to do AOA CME.
Well, that is because they are dual boards, and that actually kind of causes issues from an initial licensing perspective, because there are requirements that we have that a composite board, which is what they're called, do not adhere to. All right, so it causes an issue with the profession. With us being separate boards and you being an osteopathic physician first and foremost, I mean, it should be a requirement, but again, it can be something that we discuss later on.
I agree. I'm not saying I'm not a proud DO. I am, and I'll continue to, obtain AOA CME, but this is an issue, and I don't know if we have any ability to help make some changes.
So just to answer the question, could we would need statutory change.
Yep.
Which is why.
It would take a long time.
Any other recommendations for future items for future meetings? Nope.
As I brought up earlier with our administrative law judge, I think we'd all benefit from hearing more about the administrative law judicial process, as it's arguably foreign to most of us, except maybe Mr. Cummins. And maybe not at the January meeting, but later meetings on, again, corporate practice of medicine. And maybe Holly at some point can, work with us to affect the legislative change to expand that definition and teeth in the corporate practice of medicine enforcement, because right now all we have the ability to do as a board is enforce against physicians. But I think the major violations of CPOM these days is not being done by physicians. It's being done by large entities like private equity who buy up organizations and then have the doctor under their thumb, as I think upwards of 60% of physicians nowadays are employed. And it's getting worse to the point where I think new graduates from medical school aren't even looking toward private practice. They just have it in their mind's eye of a practice that they can go into. And what they're seeing is where they train, how they train, and even their preceptorships are in hospitals where no one's in private practice. So the further we get away from it, the more young physicians are just simply taught they are more technicians, or they are a conduit to CPT code generation is really how the hospital views them. There's not this sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship and optimized care. It's how can I maintain a job and keep my employer happy, which is exactly the original intent of the anti-corporate practice of medicine laws from the 30s, was trying to prevent that sort of relationship. So anyway, your help is appreciated, Holly.
I just wanted to go ahead and echo on that. Dr. Lockman, your last comment, I would say that like what Dr. Patel indicated right now as well, both of the comments or both of these requests are probably best handled through the associations. Our, reason to be here is, our main jurisdiction is our licensees, and that's the only jurisdiction we have. So all of these policies that I think are extremely important for your profession, are definitely discussions to bring up that are important, but probably with the associations. Just to ask clarification on the judicial process, I think that was a discussion in closed session, if I may say, or that was brought up. So I'm not aware of what was discussed, obviously, but I want to make sure that I understand so I can provide the presentation that you're requesting. Do you want an overall enforcement presentation to include complaint process, DFI's role, the AGs? Because we've had one of these before, and I can most certainly ask the Attorney General's office to bring back a presentation at a future agenda, future meeting. But I just want to make sure, because you mentioned specifically the ALJ. So usually the Attorney General can cover that topic in their participation, but you're specifically looking for the Attorney General's process. Once we refer a case over for discipline, is that correct? Or you want an overall enforcement presentation?
I'd like to think about it and get back to you.
Okay.
Also, though, and not with regard to the closed session, without giving anything away, what we talked about, what I asked there was, in the case of a petition for, let's say, early termination of a disciplinary penalty, what were the options? I didn't know what the options were other than accept or deny. Was there some middle ground? And if so, is that something that we as the board would suggest? Which I learned no, but it is beholden upon the petitioner to maybe offer up something. But apparently a renegotiation of the terms is not allowed other than if someone says wants an early termination, then that's the one thing in question. But then the judge said, well, actually there are other options, but it has to be done through a specific process in order for it to
Yes.
be available. I didn't know what that process was or what the
Okay.
options were. So, I mean, it doesn't even have to be a presentation. If someone can give me a bullet point list, that's good
I
enough.
was gonna say that I want to believe that during your onboarding, we provided you with the PowerPoint. So I can go ahead and resend that over. That has all of the information. And you and I can definitely set up, a refresher on that information. But it was, a couple of months ago. So I can definitely resend the information. With every onboarding of our board members, we like to go through the process so that you're aware of how to vote. And then your voting packets that Christy prepares to you also has instructions on how to vote and what are the options in there. So I will make sure that that's included as well in the packets going forward. But we'll definitely send out some refresher information. We do have some PowerPoints that we can provide, and then at that time, you can let me know what kind of presentation you would like.
Did you want to say something? Oh, okay. You had your finger on there. Are there any comments from members of the public in the room on agenda item 16, future agenda items? Moderator, are there any comments from the public online about agenda item 16, future agenda items?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to suggest an agenda item, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And if you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be behind the three dot other options. Any suggestions for future agenda items? I do not see any requests for comment. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Okay, well, we are at agenda item 17, which is adjournment of our board meeting for the year. I want to thank all of our board members for joining us today and being active in the roles that we have. And I hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, New Year, and we'll see you all January 21st, 22nd. Thank you.